time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be your soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be your soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be your soldier.
world updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Hey, what's going on everybody? It's Sharpshot 4K from Team Bestia. Tip I'm going to be bringing you today: always make sure your gun is in slot, AR is in slot 2, and your DMR in slot 1. The reason for that being, see right here, DMR is in slot 2, where my AR should be. It's poking through the wall. Shacks and other buildings. Players will realize that if you're riding in a shack. Now here I swapped out my gun. I put my AR in slot 2, my DMR in slot 1. And right there. Wait a second. Right there, you can't see it.
Salve, rapaziada, VHZ da Alex aqui. Eu estou aqui para mostrar para vocês uma dica bastante legal aqui em Rondo, que é o vault cooperativo, e dependendo da construção dá para tirar bastante proveito disso. Vou mostrar para vocês aqui agora na prática. O legal dessa mecânica é que você consegue subir em construções e ainda puxar o amigo. Então consegue ficar os dois lá, para se caso tomar knock, dá para restar tranquilo de boa. E é isso, a dica foi essa, até a próxima.
Salve galera, eu sou o Poça, jogador da Luna Galaxy, e hoje eu tô aqui em Rondo para dar algumas dicas. A primeira é o uso do cover de emergência, e muita galera passa despercebido por ele e não dá muita bola, só que ele é essencial em situações difíceis como essa aqui que eu tô numa negativa e eu preciso de cover. A gente não vai ter, por exemplo, vai ter um carro no máximo, a gente precisa de cover, ele é essencial para essas situações. Então, sempre que passar por um, leva, porque ele pode ser essencial, principalmente em situações difíceis, para tentar aquelas colocações a mais, uns momentinhos a mais, sempre vale a pena. Outra dica é sobre o carro elétrico e o quão bom ele é para tanto ofensivamente quanto defensivamente. Esse aqui é um exemplo que é um dos melhores carros para cover. Agora, ofensivamente, ele é um ótimo carro para dar engage no compound por conta do barulho ser muito stealth e conseguir fazer um engage facilmente.
Welcome back. It is time once again for the PAS. It's PUBG, baby. Americas Series. This is the last chance qualifier. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by the Cameron Davis and Godspeed to break down the action. Yesterday, well, it was a kerfuffle at many points. It was fun to watch, but it's not as broken open as we thought it would be. Gentlemen, it's going to be a fun day. It could get very chaotic at the end. Cameron, welcome to that. How you doing?
I'm doing great, doing chill. Yesterday's games were really fun to watch. A couple of surprises there, but it's LCQ, right? So it's all about. There's something particularly chaotic about LCQ.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, there is something particularly crazy about LCQ, and I think Godspeed. Yesterday, it didn't feel as crazy as I thought it would, or am I wrong? Because it felt like everybody was being even the donkeys weren't dropping people for the most part. It was relatively laid back.
Yeah, and especially I think that reflects on the leaderboard, right? With how closely spread out the points are, even from 8th to 1st, and even not that far down to 16th place, right? So there's definitely not as much variance as we thought, and there most definitely was not a team that was, you know, just sponging up all those delicious points.
No, there was no sponges. Now, we're going to get into all of the teams to watch, but we should probably get through the housekeeping first. Remind you guys of how our teams got here in the first place. So let's go over that format. Group stages is done. All you need to know is the top 8 teams advanced, and the bottom 16, well, they ended up here with you, me, Godspeed, and Cameron Davis to fight it out for the top 8 positions. Those top 8 here this weekend go to the grand finals to make a statement that they deserve to be included in not one, but 2 PGSs. This is a big deal because if you don't make the cut here, it could be the end of your playing really until April outside of scrims and smaller events. So if you want to play for the big money, the big majors, this is your chance to make it happen. All right, let's talk about how you get there. You need points, you need prizes, you need all of that good stuff. Placement points are going to be crucial. Kills are worth 1. And yesterday, Cameron, it felt like teams were going more for placement than kills. Yeah. From what I saw.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I mean when I say, I guess chaos was the wrong term to use because there was a little bit of hesitancy, but it's because of that fear of this being the last chance that these teams have to qualify to the main event, or the grand finals, rather. It's in the name. So there was a bit of tentativeness for teams going for the killer move. Hopefully today, when it is literally the last chance, we'll see a bit
Right.
more action, a bit more activity. But something that the two of us noticed, and maybe we'll highlight it more when we see the leaderboard as it stands, already the biggest gap is between 8th and 9th place. So that's the cutoff point that we care about. So if that's only going to go further, this series might already be over in a sense.
Well, we'll find out if it's over. That they're going to want those PGC points. They're going to want that cash. That's what they're ultimately playing for here, right? Is getting as much of that prize pool and those PGC points in as you can. And we actually, Godspeed, have the current PGC point distribution and where everyone stands. So remember, first place is 400. From there, it drops off. But honestly, we've seen years, Godspeed, where people lose because they were down by 10, 15 points when it came to PGC qualification time.
Absolutely. It's happened multiple times. And again, the jump up in points, especially for first place, right, is 400, which could be a massive jump up for any of the teams who are in need of those points to gain. As we see from PA's 3 is 300, EWC Quals was only 200. Yeah, so 400 points is huge. Even second, third place, 250 to 225. I mean, again, it's all about making it to the big show at the end of the year, right? PGC is the goal of pretty much everyone that competes. And so, yeah, this is a big opportunity for some of those teams that maybe didn't do so well in the last two events to garner those PGC points to now try to clinch some desperately needed ones.
Cameron, this is what you were talking about, I think. That's the big one. This is where we stand right now, is you guys are kind of alluding to this. Team Falcons looks good, but it's pretty close for a lot of other teams.
Yeah, but still relevant. I'm already seeing so many names on this list that are playing this weekend. We got Legacy, we have Luna Galaxy, there's Wujutu, who I believe took SSG's points, 55, Rats as well. So again, like, the pressure of the value of this weekend is, it's really impactful. It's really, really high.
It is. That's what it comes down to, is everybody wants to go to PGC. We say it more times than I can count, Godspeed, is everybody's goal is get to PGC. Cash is nice in these regionals, but it's about getting those points. And this is where we stand right now in the fight for survival. And you guys both, I think, kind of mentioned this. I mentioned at the top of the show. It is still a very tight race, Godspeed.
Yep. Again, even Donkey Destroyers, right, have the opportunity to make the cutoff if they can correct quite a few of the mistakes that they made yesterday. Obviously, Bonjour de Guile, Sortito, I mean, Mutt, like, they're all within range, only about 16 points behind. So it just depends. And again, we didn't have any team soaking up an absorbent amount of points. And so with that being said, the door is, as you were stating, wide open.
Absolutely. And let's talk about that break point right there in the middle, 8 to 9. That's where the cutoff happens, Cameron. I'm going to be honest. The shelf is already looking kind of large, and if you drop down to Sortito, it's even more massive. So while the soak wasn't high on top, it kind of was, and it was in the sense of, like, it was just soaked by many people who were getting wealthier.
Yeah, and it's only 12 games. So that low of rounds being played means that each round on its own has potentially more impact. So again, with what Godspeed said, going all the way down to Donkey Destroyers, if they have a good couple of games, we could see them in the top 8, but this is where we need to see that consistency. That's what we always talk about in Battle Royales. And even Legacy, who, for the shall I say it, the legacy that they have, looking a little rough, they're still performing and they're still keeping themselves. And I said this at the beginning of this event, as long as you make it to the final, that's all that matters. How you get there is not that relevant, but you do still have to make it.
Let's talk about how they're going to get there, because they've got to play through a bunch of different maps. They got to play through 6 matches here today, and we're flipping it around. We're going to start in the dusty dunes of Miramar and end in the grassy pastures of Erangel, with Tego and Rondo in between them. That's the journey the players are going to take, but it is going to be a difficult journey for a lot of them. Now, the question then becomes, Godspeed, is are we seeing teams that are going to focus on consistency or putting up big points? Let's start with a team that was consistent yesterday. You brought them up in the green room. Talk to me more about Luna Galaxy and what you expect from them.
Yeah, Luna Galaxy was beyond consistent when you look at their numbers. They had one game where they got 12th place with only 2 kills, and then every other game, the other 5 games, they didn't place outside of the top 5 a single time. In fact, they got second place 3 times with a healthy amount of kills. So Luna Galaxy was looking very consistent, very few mistakes on their part. Again, the lobby also, fortunately for all the teams, is kind of allowing for some of those mistakes to be made without being punished as hard as they would be as, you know, a grand finals lobby or even group stages. But yeah, Luna Galaxy looks great. Working in silence. I loved that interview that we had with Enzito when he was talking about Solds, their IGL, the issues that they had, deciding to just take a call and do it as a team and also give him input so that, you know, all of that pressure doesn't fall on one person's shoulder. His attitude was great. So I'm also looking at them to continue that consistency that they had yesterday.
I love that idea. Now, I got to go to, Cameron, because I saw your face.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad you did.
I saw it.
I have to push back just a little bit on Luna Galaxy. Yes, they got multiple second places. They have okay kills, but their highest kill count was 8 in one round for the team that I expect Luna Galaxy to have at this point grown into. I expect more kills than that. They had a second place with 4, second place with 6. When we're looking at Friendly Fire with a first place with 12, potentially Dangerous first place with 9. We have Wuju 2 first place with 11. And yeah, those are wins, but we also have 55, a second place with 11. And so I expect Luna Galaxy, with the firepower that they have, to be able to get a little more kills, at least have 1 or 2 rounds that they're really bringing in the big bucks, because we know that you need those sort of peak performances to really perform. And they are in first place. I'll admit, they are at the top of the LCQ.
Right.
But it does worry me about how they will sort of level up as they would need to in the main event in order to qualify to PGC, because their points, or the PGC points, are looking really good.
I guess that's a big takeaway when we talk about LCQ. Is like, are you just okay because it's LCQ and you're just trying to get through it, or are you, you know, is this an indicator of things are falling apart as you go forward? Because winning an LCQ does not necessarily mean anything's going to go good for you in finals. Now, a team that things have not gone great for here in the LCQ that seemed to do better, though admittedly not great, in the last round was Donkey Destroyers. Give me your thoughts on them, Cameron.
I love this team. What we saw yesterday was not this team. Donkey Destroyers, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. They're not going to win an event. That's not who they are. But they are there to make sure that you don't win either. The whole point is like, they're the mini boss.
So they're there to be asses. Kind of funny. Interesting naming advocates. But okay, so that's Donkey Destroyers. They were a little wonky to watch. We'll see what they do today as we get into game number 1 here. Another one that I loved yesterday, Godspeed, Working in Silence. If you guys tuned out early or took off, I encourage you to go back and watch the interview at the end of yesterday, because Godspeed, that has to have been probably, I don't say one of my favorites, but in terms of just insight and honesty, it was an incredible interview. Probably one of the better ones we've done here at PAS.
I agree. It was a great interview. He came in with a great attitude. That team has a great attitude. Obviously, they were frustrated at each other with, you know, kind of what happened in the group stages. They had a talk. You heard him kind of cussing a little bit. He's like, man, they were just very frustrated. But they came out of it looking so much better, looking to fix those mistakes, make the micro adjustments that they needed to. Something that I talked about a lot when it came to Working in Silence was their overall macro and rotations in the early game, avoiding losing players early, which I think realistically that only happened to them maybe like once yesterday. So they look fresh. They look like they're actively working on those things that they needed to fix. And I am still a big advocate so far for this team.
Nice. I honestly was very impressed with them yesterday. I loved the attitude they came up with. Going to the drawing board before LCQ is really a good mental, because it means they're not just sort of like checked out. But it looks like it might be time for a little bit of action. So I'm going to turn over to you guys. Our first hot drop of the second day.
Thank you very much. Yep, first hot drop is going to be between the Ragers, Cameron. Oh, Paige actually going to go down first. Ragers versus Friendly Fire. And that's going to be a flush out as well. Not the start that you would like. Although Friendly Fire is sitting in third place right now. Even still, another one. Penta going to find the pump. Oh, the double pump. The pump bandits, if you will. And so Ragers will pay for their transgressions with blood for taking out Paige.
Good for Hunter to get 1. They did enter this hot drop in a 3v4. But yeah, Ragers, I think that they have some quite talented players on the team. Good to see them perform at this event. And a hot drop is the great equalizer, but it is still Ragers versus Friendly Fire. We kind of expected this to go this way. The double pump certainly didn't help Ragers' chances, But regardless, Hunter making the correct decision, bailing out of there, going to have to scavenge some loot. Thankfully, this isn't too far from the safe zone. And so Hunter's not going to have to like find a Murado and rotate for however many thousand kilometers across the map. That is, whoa,
I was going to say, it's assuming he even makes it out of there, right? So Hunter is going to take his one. He got his, and he's going to be out of there. And yeah, Paige is going to have to sit on the sidelines here. Is also unfortunate that Ragers seem to have dropped in with 3 instead of 4. That could have changed the dynamic of that hot drop completely. But yeah, so here we are. Hunter is going to be pulling out and looking at the rest of the teams now in this circle. You currently have 55 who had a solid day yesterday as well. They're going to be rotating in on the center point of this. And something to talk about, Cammy, is there's a pretty healthy amount of water in this circle. But more importantly, you know, the southern island of Prison, I mean, how often does it really go down there? So a lot of playable area actually cut off.
Yeah. Yeah, there is the temptation, I imagine, for maybe 1 or 2 teams to go all the way down there, maybe go for a gamble, especially ones that are coming in from the north with an e-pickup. But yeah, that's kind of one of those you don't really want to commit. We'll see what happens in phase 2 when it comes to that southern island. But to your point, we're already seeing the crucial positions being grabbed by some other squads, potentially dangerous, that we're looking at right now. They're quite far away from it. They're on the tail end of the plane path. So they are going to have to either come in super late or get on the move now, which seems that might be the play at hand.
Yeah, that's always kind of the caveat, right? When you see a circle like that, sometimes it's best to just, I mean, we're not going to make it there in time anyways, boys. You know, we're late as it is. Let's just loot up, get as many meds, whatever we can, as much as possible, and rotate in late. Something that I've actually noticed, though, is they have quite a few teams rotate in early. Donkey Destroyers was one of those. Luna have decided to snag themselves a nice position early. We saw early rotation as well from Legacy, so we're definitely seeing some small adaptations here as Hunter now trying to dodge Certito as they are just Oh, don't do it. I don't think they saw him. Yeah, they didn't see him yet.
But Lowly on the ridge.
No. Nope. He's safe.
Yeah.
On his,
really smart
on his
to not take
stomach and elbows.
Yeah, exactly. Really, really smart to not take those shots. I imagine we would all be tempted to go for a sneaky backstab, but in the long game, that was the correct decision.
Yeah, especially because the east side of the circle as well is wide open. It's empty, and you can't imagine a team like Certito or even with a friendly fire necessarily going to try to camp that edge. Much rather, especially in the circle, with how much of an opportunity there is for the circle to continue to kind of shift a little ugly to, oh, look at this. 55 actually seems to be getting assaulted here by Rats. Both of these teams rotated early, opted to try to get into a much more central position off this circle, and it's going to be Balefrost going down, but he's going to be safely rezzed, and now Rats starting to kind of close the angles here on this compound.
I'm looking on where the rest of 55 are. I think we do have backup rotating in from the west. But at the moment, yeah, this is a Rats approaching from a strong entry point into this compound. There is the threat of third parties, and we do see Donkey Destroyers, and it looks like they're back into their Donkey destroying ways, crashing in on a fight. They hear the shots, they're pushing forward, so Rats might be looking to bail out of this.
Yeah, and Donkey Destroyers, I mean, they need the points, right? So just getting decent placements is not going to be enough, so if they can find a third-party opportunity, I'm sure they're going to attempt to take it here. And as you said, that compound's really hard to hold because the south and east side have so many good ridge lines to just kind of assault it from, take cover, and even getting shot in the back, you have a lot of cover from that angle, but the Spoon is on top of it. He's going to find Cerberus, and now it has become clear that there is a third-party element.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension. We didn't see exactly how that take was gotten, how that frag happened, but the follow-up grenades to confirm it. Another point for Rats, still confirming and going to try and get themselves solidly in the top 8 here. And Fenno was still watching 55, making sure that, you know, they weren't going to have their west flank exposed. But now I do wonder if they're aware of follow-up on the west side. They are now.
Yep, they're painfully aware, but Finna with a quick headshot is actually going to put down Goob and kill Demo now. The responsibility to try to get him up. Finn gets the first aid off, and so Rat's now starting to rotate off, and they know that this is probably an isolated 2v2. They don't see Hwagen trying to come in and kind of assist that, and Psycho is going to find a spoon. All of a sudden, Rats are going to have to slow this one way down.
Yeah. Psycho getting that knock is big. Finna backing away. This could be the big reset. We'll trade you 1-for-1 revives. That is, if it doesn't get confirmed a spoon from another team on the east side, that is Sortitos, and that is going to be the case. So Rats do unfortunately.
Like I said, there is decent cover on the east side of this, but now you can see Rats starting to get funneled into the angles of 55. They're pushing closer and closer in. In fact, Balefrost has found himself in a one-story here, looking for an angle. Damage goes out, but no knock just yet. Still one piece of lethal utility. That was a nice nade.
Oh, something blocked it. It must have bounced weird because that one looked good.
Yeah, and Rats now, you can see Gats actually going on the bottom side towards the south. He's just pulling out, and yeah, I think this is a good decision. They weren't able to get what they wanted. 55 doing a great job of defending their compounds and staving off, but more importantly, they keep 4 alive.
Yeah. No kills. Sortitos stole the 1 knock that they were able to get, but as you say, just it could have gone a lot worse, especially with the arrival of Donkey Destroyers. But now we look elsewhere on the map. Legacy, MUT on the south end of Tuma Serra could also be an impactful part of this game, depending on where Phase 2 goes. We have 30 seconds to see where the real game, quote-unquote, is going to take place at.
Yeah, I mean, and Legacy, like you said, they're in a great position right now. Even if it shifts off of them, they have good rotation options to them, especially having that high ground. I'm actually curious if they have spotted, I believe that's Mutt right underneath them.
Yeah.
So have to be somewhat careful of that. And also you have Luna Galaxy in a wide 2-2 split. That looks somewhat good for now, but there is a risk because I'm not sure how well they can actually support each other in that split, but they're trying to take as much ground as possible. And yeah, you have to imagine that Haven and his other counterpart are going to start to consolidate here. Is fortunately, most of the water, most of the unplayable south has been taken out.
Yeah, a good Phase 2. It's a very straightforward game from this point on, as you say, because the water is removed. And for the Galaxy, I have the same read as you do. That was more a split for options going into the mid-game rather than a full attempt at control, because that is a wide separation. But Orion, they were the team that did e-pick up into the South Island, and they're going to have to find new vehicles down there, which they have some, but Hazel getting caught out, missing tires, having to already drop a smoke, working in silence, taking good control of this current area.
Yeah, speaking of splits, I mean, look at the way that Working in Silence is kind of holding the south side near that western bridge, and they've put themselves in a position to really start to punish their team. Solds now sees 2 members of Orion, one already being stranded. Is he going to take the shots? He is. Can he land one? No. No knock for him. Gets a small amount of damage, but those will be golden. Red Rider is knocked, and now Working in Silence putting the screws and the pressure onto Orion here.
I mean, again, really good control, really good angles, but Orion running out into the open like that is, I'll be honest, asking to get knocked there. Wujutu and Bontadagayo, we saw them rotating around each other on the west edge. Another fight breaking out, trying to make their way into the zone. This is all being overlooked, again, potentially by Legacy's high ground, but really good kill confirms in tandem by Monster and Sneak Attack.
Yeah, Wujutu really came alive towards the second half of yesterday, and now it seems like they're building upon that success. Nord slotting in the best that he can has helped the team, and yeah, so far this is actually really good control on the west side. Now they're not quite in circle yet, but they're just on the edge, so they will be able to just tap it in when they're ready to rotate in, and they've done a good amount of damage already to Bontadagayo.
Yeah, I don't know if the possibility of getting both of these remaining kills is going to be on the board for them, but hey, getting 2 in Phase 2, you don't feel like you miss out on too much because you can't confirm the whole team fight, you know?
Yep, and you know, that compound is open. They know it's open, so yeah, just a little taste.
Yeah, exactly.
Just a little
and also,
taste.
okay, so If the audience
ahead.
isn't aware, Nordskiff is slotting in for Seifu because of the unfortunate situation at Seifu's home situation. Nord is not brand new to this team. However, he was playing with them in the Opens until Monster slotted in on, I believe, the round of 32. So this is, in a way, you could argue it was a 5-man roster from the start. So it makes sense that they would need a couple of rounds of sort of getting that comfort of this specific set of 4, but not surprising that they are now back on their feet again in a healthy 5th place.
Sure, and as you were saying, that Psycho hit a disgusting 2-tap there onto one of the members there of Sortito. That's going to be a knock that will be picked up, but still confidence-inducing, especially when you land from that distance. And now we're looking at the second shift about to go down. All teams tentatively in the circle, and that actually is a spicy shift. Still quite a lot of water in this circle, and as you can see, the ridge lines up to the north that you currently look at Outlaws in is pretty much the last of the high ground. Everything else is in a massive bowl, especially that compound right where about Luna Galaxy is playing.
Yeah, I think 55 at first glance look good because they're in the middle, but we've already talked about how that compound is a bit risky at times. I think they're going to be under a lot of pressure. There's going to be a number of teams that eventually fight for that one compound, and 55 might not be able to make it out alive. I actually think Sotito is in arguably a better position overall. A little bit of a spray coming out, but good covering fire by RBN. Pushes Gump away, and Legacy can now continue their rotation. They have a long way to go.
Yeah, now the caveat to that is if 55 can actually hold that. If they maybe do a 2-2 split, have some peoples out on the southern ridge. But yeah, being in the center of the circle, at least they're safe for now. They do have the high ground. And it looks like Gubin has actually stretched out a bit to make sure that they can kind of cover those ridges. But it's, you know, it is a difficult position to hold, as we were talking about at the beginning. Meanwhile, potentially dangerous now have made their way onto the northeast side of this, and they're looking at Elevate, who are still looking for a path in, so potentially dangerous with the opportunity. Theros is going to delete Company Man as he gets into that Bronco. He's got to be careful. He's taking shots actually from Sortito in the back.
Quite long range, so fairly straightforward for Theros to get out of there without getting knocked, but still a really good, devastating assault on Elevate. They're going to have to run away. Limping even further, and Outlaws Legacy, they've gotten even closer to each other. RBN all the way off in the distance, trying to feed some information, but at that range, well, I was going to say, who knows how much damage they could do, but it was enough for LFP's grenade to finish Nick down.
Yeah, they're trying to get that flush as well, but Outlaws getting a small amount of help from the team that actually put the damage on them initially. It was going to be, I think, Curry that kind of dissuaded that. So now 2 members down for Legacy, and 1 member, it was actually RBN that was the one taking the shots from distance that was able to assist in that knock from the grenade, and Nick is going to go down. Yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to get him up. So now just 2 members left for the Outlaws.
Problem is, the blue is coming in, and I usually put phase 5 as the blue damage being like the lock over to like lethal blue damage. Phase 4 is not great. It is still a slow, gradual rise there. So I think Legacy will be happy that Gump is now retreating away. It gives them somewhat of a path to work with, but even then, it's not fantastic. You can see them on the map rotating around to the northeast, I believe, and that will be a good pathway, but it is going to be open to field that area of Phase 4 pulled away from the water, as expected, a little bit towards the east. And we'll see who can really take control against Sortito. I'm looking at them to try and like control their eastern edge and eventually potentially win the game out of.
Speaking of open fields, the center of this one has centered on an open field, and still Legacy hunting down the Outlaws. Gump will fall. Only 1 member left for them, and you still have Luna, who were kind of poking and prodding to see if they could get some damage, maybe steal a kill here, but they've opted to just go into the base of the compound that currently Donkey Destroyers are holding, and now this is where 55 really need to make sure that they hold that compound we were talking about earlier. They're still in a good position. They have that 2-2 split I was talking about. Actually, it looks like a 3-1. They left 1 member in Hyogen up on that hill to kind of hold the rear. Is now Orion making their way in as well. Yeah, Wuju 2 to watch their back as it's going to be Babbler putting a significant amount of damage on a monster.
Now almost got the 3-piece. Empty looking to third party this. Elevate need to find their own way into the zone. They rotated all the way from the north. But Babbler, again, still pushing it onto Monster. Take shots, working in silence are getting involved. A lot of teams trying to come in from the south angle, and RJ spun out, headshot out. I think Babbler is the last one remaining for Orion.
Babbler's going to have to do a lot of babbling if he wants to stay alive here, and he's stuck between Working in Silence and Mujitu, who Working in Silence still have just been putting so much pressure on the teams that have been rotating in from the west side. They will lose Enzito, though, and now themselves need to find a pathway in. They're going to rotate right past Luna, who is actually not going to have the angles due to this ridge line, and a free crate. I mean, why not? Yeah, but they're going to stop for it. Those angles are blocked off. They still have a member above them, though, in Vinny. They have to be careful about that. And, I mean, at this point, they might just want to opt to push on foot. Yeah, just right up that hill.
Nice FAMAS grab. Feels extra nice when you already have 5.56 ammo rocking in your backpack.
Yeah.
Monster
Solid
versus Babbler in the red corner, in the blue corner, stuck out in the blue, looking for one final kill before they probably go down. Blue zone not helping them with this. So, catch 22 for both teams.
Yeah, you saw Monster trying to take some shots towards Luna Galaxy's way, get a knock if he can, but those shots actually alerted Babbler to at least which side of the house he's currently sitting on, whether who's on the roof or not at the second floor window. Unsure. The flash is going out, and he's just going to take care of the Babbler, so consolation prize is another point for Wujitu, and Orion will go out in 14th place. Friendly Fire, meanwhile, have taken a juicy position here at the base of that hill, that compound that realistically he can only get pushed from in the open from the east side. So the west side, they have a hill. They can work with that as well, cut off some of those angles. So, no, they lost one early. Still a great position for them. Luna Galaxy now making their push on to 55, and this is what we were talking about, Cammy.
Yep, grenades going out. There are a couple of pockets that 55 could be reviving in, but you still want to throw that utility. Good check towards the south. They know that more teams are down there. And the revive did happen. Gubin can't even heal before running away to get back inside cover.
Luna is
but
still
perhaps
just...
the distraction of working in silence could kind of alleviate the pressure from Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, that's going to give 55 some space for sure, and Luna is still just being as active as they possibly can. Maybe they heard you on the desk earlier talking about how they needed more kills. As they're taking shots down at Working in Silence and Rats, they know that those two teams are not currently in, and also still making sure they're maintaining some vision onto 55. 55 wisely backing off. Rats, though, still 3 members looking towards Elevate, who seem to be continuing their unlucky streak of just dealing with issues rotating in and chasing circle. I mean, this is a team we've talked about, you know, should really be towards the top of this leaderboard rather than 12th place.
Yeah, I think the talent on that squad has some room to grow, but they're the team that could potentially be the next kids on the block, as it were. But yeah, bad rotation, and once you make one little mistake, it tends to build upon itself. IQ trying to survive, but not gonna last long. They go out in 13th.
Yep, snowballing out of control there as Elevate has fallen. Sortito as well eliminated in 12th. Friendly Fire doing the majority of the damage there. As Legacy now taking some shots at Donkey Destroyers. They've been in this compound for quite a while, but look at this crazy split. I mean, Haston and the other member of Bonje on their backside. Actually, it wasn't a split at all. It was just a different team. I thought for some reason the Donkey Destroyers was split between those two areas. Same color. It got me, but yeah. So it looks like it's just a couple members left for Donkey Destroyers. Pat Cap's actually maybe the last one standing. One of the last members standing there. Is we're still on this fight here on the south side of this cliff. It's Working in Silence now, realizing they have to push forward into Rats. Rats holding this side of the ridge, and this is a difficult position to be in. Souls is going to fall. Technosh the last one, and yep, it's going to be Gats just to take down both.
Yeah, at some point they realized, let's just shoot in the smoke, and I'm sure we'll find them. And so they were able to clear their south. Finno was anchoring the east, and now we have grenades going into that shack.
A nice bounce! Oh!
just not enough.
I thought for sure that was good.
I know.
It looked like it bounced right in the doorway. That would have been 2 gorgeous nade kills right there.
Oh,
but
the
don't
Panthers
worry.
gotta do it.
They got a Panzer as well. Nope, they missed that too. Okay, so Bonja de Gallo is living. As Potentially Dangerous has fought off the east side to make it this far. They're pinning down Bonja de Gallo smokes in front of that shack, which has actually allowed one of their members to get right up against it. It's going to be Theros.
Come on,
And
Theros. There it
utility,
is.
that one will do. Yep. So Bonja de Gallo
Third
down and
time.
Potentially Dangerous.
Third time's the charm. Really good hold, and now Potentially Dangerous. They have an anchor in the middle. They have high ground on the edge. But we still have to see who will survive from the ridge on the south. Donkey Destroyers as well pushing in onto Legacy. It's down to Gizera and RBN.
Yeah, Donkey Destroyers, good on them to be able to recover 3 members back up and standing. As flashes a lot of utility. Gizera's making the push. He doesn't have a healthy vest and helmet though, and Pat will take advantage. He's gonna get that knock on a Gizera, and the other members, the trade comes through. Theros actually Potentially Dangerous getting involved in this fight, and up top it's Balefrost to find and flush Kraken.
Really, really difficult fight for Donkey Destroyers to try and conclude. If they peek too much over, they're going to get spotted by the high ground of Potentially Dangerous, who I think are only continuing to spread their sphere of influence even further. They're actually just going to back away.
Oh, Gubin.
It's gone down. Yeah, really good take by Gubin.
Nice shot, and still Rats with 6 kills. Balefrost trying to get out. He's not going to make it. Shot in the back. Kill demo will confirm that one. As it's just down to Finna, but he's got a P90. He's still got 105 rounds total to work with. That 3 helmet getting tagged. His vest as well. Should be able to heal, and he's got to still deal with Friendly Fire, who are now starting to maybe spread out of that compound, but I'm not sure they know about Hunter, who has been in this game still from the very beginning. As Posa now looking for a knock, he's going to step over. Kill Demo will go down. Guba now the next to take the duel, and he'll find him as well.
Go for it. Get all 4. Posa wipes the entirety of 55. 8 kills for Luna Galaxy, and they're only top 6. They could get even more. This is what I was talking about.
Oh, a missed opportunity there. If he would have picked him up, he actually could have got the res, but you know what? That's fine. As you said, Luna Galaxy, with the capabilities to have huge kill counts, they're going to find themselves with 8. 1 player still alive, and Hunter now still dealing with the ire of Friendly Fire as they finally get rid of the last member of Ragers. Oh, and Michael's going to find a shot, just missing the head. I think he hit him in the shoulder.
Yeah, close one on that. Friendly Fire losing 2. Not what they would have wanted going into the end game of this game, having to extend in the north. And I mean, just look at them. Potentially Dangerous, all 4 up. They have good presence on the north side. Control is always questionable when it's a big open field like this, but Donkey Destroyers are not matching them. They're going to be wrapping down to the south. They know that it's going to be some wounded teams down there. So as far as the best win condition for a team with only 2 remaining, this is the right angle to go with.
Yeah, they still have a small ridge there on the west side to play. Once they do, if they do, dispatch of these last 2 solos here that are getting awkwardly close to each other. Finna is kind of sneaking up on the side, doesn't want to move yet, and Circle is going to start pushing them soon. Yep, the phase is starting, so there it goes. Posa has an idea of maybe where this last player of Rats might be. Meanwhile, you have Donkey Destroyers now also making their way up this hill. And Friendly Fire now still have an edge of that compound in. They can just wait for this fight and look to get some points here. As here we go. Posa looking for it. Fitta, though. Yeah, that's going to be an easy kill for Fitta. He's going to pick up another point, another elimination, and he puts himself in the top 4.
Yeah, good timing finding the headshot, but even better timing for Donkey Destroyers. They have confirmed at least 3rd place, and if they continue to push down this ridge, they will be running into Friendly Fire. It seems that they don't want to give Potentially Dangerous the opportunity to get any more kills, as they are likely going to win the game, but with how many points will the big question be?
And I like this from Potentially Dangerous. Pushing up on this hill, they realize that Donkey Destroyers is a fractured team. Also realize that those 2 solos are now out of the picture, so they can take their time, somewhat on the backside of this as the blue is starting to push the pace on their aggression here. Tomas is going to find one, but nope, Slabby steps over and he's going to find Tomas with an easy knock. It's just down to Batty Lull prone. And, oh, he sees him. Yep, that's going to be a easy as you like cleanup there. So potentially dangerous now, completely encircling Friendly Fire, who has just now started to make their way up this ridge.
Yeah, not letting Donkey Destroyers run away from them. They still find those 2 kills. Sitting at 11 right now. Will Friendly Fire give them the opportunity for the final 2? Michael's already creeped up the mountain. Pentel looking to perhaps be a bit of a distraction. The angle is not the best out that window up this hill, as we can see, but could be giving some information for Michael to try and create an opening knockoff.
Yeah, and Michael has to be huge here. I was about to say he has to get these knocks. He's up against the P90. And Penta doing his best to just try to provide some sort of cover and really some form of pressure on the potentially dangerous. But I love how proactive that PD has been throughout this game. Again, coming in from the east side, holding multiple teams out, and then just closing it out in a very clinical fashion. I mean, it's just down to Penta. They know exactly where he is. This should all be academic now for potentially dangerous as they head into this looking for their 13th kill, and they will find it. What a game from potentially dangerous with a 13-kill victory.
Yeah, looking really, really good. It wasn't Sotitos like I expected, but it was still a team from the east side to be able to really gain that initial footing in the field. I almost expected Pentalol to try and deny at the end there, considering how close those two teams are on the leaderboard. But regardless, good game by potentially dangerous to not just get a win, but get a pretty high kill count on the back of it as well.
Yeah, I mean, they were super proactive throughout all of that, but also the Friendly Fire, right? They lost one very early, Steve, but they still managed to get second place with at least, I think, 2, maybe 3 kills. So a good game for them as well overall.
Right, it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm not going to talk about Friendly Fire that much today because I expect them to do well, and if they do well here and get average points, good for you. But you're right, they still manage something. Right, but at the end of the day, that's what it is, right? Like, if Jordan shows up and plays a pickup game at the park, not anymore, maybe he's too old, but you know what I'm saying? LeBron shows up, I expect him to win. There's no joke about that. I will say, potentially dangerous, started the fights early. 13 kills. I love that the highlight reel started with potentially dangerous, and then as we go through this, you're going to keep seeing them, and then it comes back to end with them because they played this incredibly well. Now, let's be honest, that gun makes things a little easier, Cameron, but
yeah,
you got to make it work when you got it, and they did. They played very, very well. I was impressed. 23 points. That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's not like that was the only P90 on the field. Finna had one. I think there might have been a third elsewhere. So they're not the only P90 abusers on the leaderboard. Okay, let's fair is fair, right? Everyone's using it.
Finna get kills with that P90. All right, Rats get 12, Luna Galaxy 11, Friendly Fire at 10. Should put us in a pretty good spot. 5 games left to play. As we go to the overall leaderboard, I want to remind you guys at home, the top 8 teams advance. Getting first, that is cool. Bragging rights, excitement, whatever that gives you is great. But at the end of the day, it's about making that top 8 so that you get to advance to the grand finals next week and get your bid to go to the big show. When I say the big show, I mean the next 2 PGSs and very likely PGC as well, because you don't get the points from the final here, you probably aren't going to make your bid. You got to get through. Truly fighting for survival, Godspeed, as we look again. Talking about the break points. Is Bondo out of it? And what is Wuju 2 doing all the way down here?
I mean, Wuju 2 were looking okay in the beginning of that game, but then they got backstabbed by, I think it was Orion, right? Babbler actually did a significant amount of damage to them as they were heading on that south side, but I think still Wuju 2 is just attempting to play their game. In that specific Miramar, they didn't really get the chance because they kind of got picked apart. But for Orion, I mean, at this point, I think they just need to make some significant changes. And I don't even really know what that would be. I mean, they're getting caught out early in rotations, and their fights, they're not necessarily closing them out. So it's kind of all over the place for Orion.
Yeah, but Orion's a tough one for me, Cameron, because I've been watching Orion come and go, appear in events and qualifiers. Right. I mean, I think we can go as far back to the NPL. And at the end of the day, we talked a little bit, Godspeed, about these sort of like teams that get picked off, if that makes sense. Where it's like they start to build a roster, they start to make some moves, and then one or two of their players goes up to another team. And I feel like Orion is just always they're just always in recovery, and it sucks to see. For me anyway, I don't know. I've been there.
Yeah,
we've all been there.
I mean, they've had a fairly consistent roster with like Red Rider, Babbler, and a couple others. So I just don't really know. I mean, they're still making it to these group stages and now the LCQs, but I don't know. I genuinely don't know what the recipe is for them to just find more success. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I do.
Right? Maybe if the stars align, Orion will come out and really shine. But we'll find out. We got game number 2 on the way. Don't go anywhere. It's the LCQ. It was a good one, Cameron. I don't care about your head shakes. That was top tier.
It was decent.
It was better than decent. Take us to break and think about how you both have let me down. Goodbye.
And welcome back to the PAS game show. I'm Matcham, joined by Kickstart, Sharpshot, and RBN. We just got through with the last round, and we have Kickstart and Sharpshot at 3 points apiece, RBN at 0, but hey, it was really only one question, so that's not fair. Now, let's go over to our trivia section. This is going to have 5 questions. Just answer whenever you know it. You're either right or you're wrong, and that's all she wrote to it. Everybody ready to go?
There's no hints, right?
There are 2 vehicles that have a max capacity of 3 players. You get 1 point for answering. That's it. Just all we need is one answer coming out of it. So if you know either one of them, you're good to go. That out, and then... So the 2 correct answers are going to be the bike with the sidecar and the tuk-tuk. So every single one of you are going to be getting 1 point for that one. Okay, so question number 2. Which player had the most kills in the grand finals of PAS 3? Which player had the most kills
The one was
in the grand
PS3.
finals? Grand finals is important. And of PAS. And respect where respect's due. Kick, you didn't have an answer, so you just hoped it was yourself. I love it. We also had RBN that put mime, and we have a Sharpshot that put sparking. The correct answer is Gizera. Gizera is the one that...
thinking Gizera.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was my
Bro,
one.
I was thinking about EWC calls. Oh. Damn.
So, question number 3. There are 2 maps that have no vehicles in them. Give me 1, give me 2, but you only get 1 point. Just as long as you get one of them, that's all that matters at the end of the day. So which map has no vehicles in it? Maps. And so the 2 correct answers, I believe, off the top of my head, so let's do a quick look through. We've got, for our answers, Kickstart says Haven. We have RBN that says Karrakin. And we have a Sharpshot that says Haven and Karrakin. And I believe all of those are correct, right? Karrakin has no vehicles. Ready for this one? This is going to see if you guys have watched any of the broadcasts and been doing your proper VOD review, because this has been mentioned a lot on stream. You guys ready?
Ready.
Yep. What is the map in PUBG New State called? There are actually 2 things.
I've got no idea, bro.
So, answers are Troy and Erangel. There's the new updated futuristic Erangel. And then there is also, we would have given you points for Station, but that one doesn't really count because it's not where everybody plays. Yeah, it's technically a map as well. So, moving into number 5. We got this one, guys. Ready?
Yep.
Who was named MVP of PNC 2024? Who was the MVP for PUBG Nations Cup 2024? Only one answer required this time because there was only one MVP.
There was more.
Man, you guys hit that one fast. So we've got Kickstart and RBN both saying Soul, and Sharpshot coming in spicy saying Soul, but it should have been Hema. Okay, so that ends out our second series of questions. So at round 2, we are presently sitting at first place is going to be Kickstart with 7 points. Then we've got RBN and Sharpshot where Sharpshot is going to be at 6 points, just one behind Kickstart, and RBN at 3 points. But we are going to be moving into our geography section for our next round, and there is a chance to make up a ton of points. So RBN, don't worry, you're still in this one. You got to make sure that you know your PUBG geographies. We will be back for our final round in just a minute.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my
Glad to be back, guys. It's PAS. I'm here with Cameron. I'm here with Godspeed. Let's get into the action. We ended our last segment talking about the struggles of some teams. Let's talk about some wins. And the one I loved in that one was Posa getting a wipe on 55, sort of playing that fight really, really well. I mean, this is a team that the roster, how do I say, is like maturing, but I feel like they look just so much better, even just in that first game, than the tournament leading up to this point, Godspeed. I don't know if I said that.
I mean,
correctly, but you know what I mean.
That team has a lot of experience. Posa, obviously, with a lot of experience regionally as well. Stepping up and getting that huge three-piece to kind of bail out Luna, because that was a pretty back-and-forth fight, I'd say, between them and 55. But yeah, just great stuff from them, and the ability to kind of salvage that game and get a few more points, but also get some placement points as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw potentially dangerous. What was that? 13 freaking kills is absolutely wild. I mean, they came in today at 45 points, I believe, so they were already sitting in a good position. Cameron, that feels to me, with this, I mean, it's a roster. For those of you at home who maybe don't have the rosters in front of you, Slabby, Theraz, TN, is it Tiny 7 or TNY 7? What do you guys call it?
I say Tiny, but...
Okay, I think it's Tiny 7, but it could be. If you guys know at home, let us know, and then Glock. But here's the deal. The reason I'm asking is because it's a team that a lot of us don't have experience with, and I think to a certain extent, a lot of the pro scene probably feels similar. To see them get those kill counts and do so well here in LCQ, I feel like that's a big boost for them as they go into the finals, because right now I think it's pretty much guaranteed these guys are going to advance as long as they don't really, really choke from here on out.
Yeah, they had a really good start to the group stage. I think they were pretty close to the cutoff overall to qualifying to the final out of last weekend. But for this team, it is a new roster. But I recognize some of these names having had impact as individuals in previous competitions. It's all about finding those disparate pieces, putting them together, and then like really making a combination that works and deals impact. And so I'm not going to say that they're going to be potentially world beaters yet, but I do have my eyes on them.
I like that. Finding that synergy. And maybe that's just sometimes when that roster, you know, maybe putting something together just for this and learning each other's styles. I love it. Also, Twitch chat is telling me that his name is Tony. So I don't know if that's 100% true, but maybe that's what we go with instead of tiny.
Okay.
Like, I'd be bummed out if I was like, you've seen me and everybody called me
Well,
tiny.
write it properly then.
That's a fair point. If you don't write it, you don't get it. All right, Company Man, Elevate, Godspeed. Elevate was a team that I thought was a gimme on advance out of LCQ, but yesterday less than 24 points. It was not great. What is happening? 22 points yesterday.
I think we kind of expected Elevate to, even do fairly well in the group stages, but that was not the case as Gubin's down. But I think a lot of the issues that they've kind of had just comes down to their rotations, right? And they lose players early. Sometimes they'll find themselves in a good position in kind of some of the later circles, but then they just like kind of get picked apart, lose their team fights. So it's an array of reasons for them, but they still have time to clean it up. Again, that door is still not too far away as far as opening it and walking through, but they're going to really have to buckle down now as Luna is getting a little too close for comfort for VHZ. And are they actually going to chase him down?
Are they chasing?
I'm going to let you guys watch this chase. My door is open. I'm going to head out, and I'll catch up with you guys after the match.
Oh, no. Might want to close that door. Oh! LFP, just a massive savior, and VHC with 1 HP will close that one out. So a mistake, which seemed like a good idea at the time. Legacy will capitalize, and Luna will lose 2 very strong players early on. That was so close for VHC. Literally 1 HP still.
It was. And, I mean, Luna Galaxy were 100% chasing for a kill. And it looks over-aggressive until you consider Luna are in second place. They're basically qualified right now. If they can deal early damage to Legacy and try and make it harder for them to make it to the main event, that's going to make it even better for Luna Galaxy to qualify to PGC. Not even PGS, but also the PGC points. So I like the idea. Even if it didn't work out, I still like where Luna's head is at.
I agree 100%. I mean, we kind of talked about this yesterday with Gibson and myself, where it's like, I really don't like hot drops. I think it's a big risk. But again, if you're one of those teams like Luna who, again, we don't say guaranteed, but is very likely to go through to the grand finals, Legacy is a team that is currently sitting with a decent amount of PGC points. Why not see if you can cause them issues and maybe even give them enough issues so that they don't even qualify to the grand finals and get some more PGC points, which they absolutely can. So I am 100% in agreement with you. I think even though it didn't work out, they were, they had a nice little turnaround against them from Legacy, but why not? And this is the time to do it when you're up in points. So a good attempt.
Yeah, especially because looking at the drops, where the circle is, it's not like Luna Galaxy had immediate access to a game-winning position. So by all means, this is kind of, it's understandable if they were to throw this into a bit of a gimme. We see a couple of other teams trading knocks, trading damage, going back and forth. Ragers up against potentially Dangerous. This one, I think Ragers can fight well. They're once again without Lil Lele, who, in my opinion, is the best fragger on the team. So that's going to make it more difficult. But with Revive coming through, Glock picking Slabby back up, there's enough support here that I think potentially Dangerous will be turning this one around.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Ragers caught in another early fight is not surprising. Is Orion's RJX? Is that no? That's gonna tick him down. He's not even gonna get out of there. And that was Babbler's blue zone grenade. No way. Again, early game woes for Orion. It just seems like one after the other for these poor guys.
Oh, Babbler again, looking to turn things around, carrying Orion, giving them the best chance possible into the top 8. Did lose RJ, unfortunately, but hey, trading one teammate for a full squad wipe and an okay position in the early game, one would argue worth. They need to finish this fight first, though. There is still opportunity for Hazelton and Python to turn this around.
Still definitely worth, as you said, as long as they can close this one out. Shots going towards the vehicle of Hazelton now coming in, and he's out. So that's going to be a nut. Babbler is not having it today. I mean, so far, even though Orion has struggled, he seems to be doing just fine, as multiple knocks have come out his way, including his own teammate. So, he's just, don't get in his way, because At this point, he's seeing red. He's not getting anything within his field of view. Haston is actually, well, I was going to say, was going to try to pull out, but that Murata was stuck between the wall, and so now he's just going to be forced to pretty much stay here and make his final stand. I mean, still damage to be done. Vape
More
is
fighting
probably going to
happening
bleed
in
out, but...
Yeah, we got more fighting elsewhere as well. Never mind. Pay no attention to whatever is happening in the picture-in-picture. I don't know what this is.
They just really want to double down on that angle, but yeah, it's going to be Donkey Destroyers, man. Just
Nick with all 4. Okay, back to this fight. Back to this fight. Hazelton now has an opportunity to do another. Never mind.
You tried. I respect the effort. You tried, and for and for Nick, I mean the Vietnam Phenom just taking out all of Donkey Destroyers by himself, as that's another team that I think is just having fun.
Oh yeah, but you know, 16th place. I would still expect them to be higher, but hey, we got 4 more games for them. We'll see what they can do as we go into Rondo, Tego, and Arago. But MUT rotating up over the north, avoiding Wuju 2, potentially going through Campo Militar, but it looks like they're cutting in short of that, which, why not? They should know the amount of space available up here. They won't see what we do with the map, but educated guesses should know that Cruz is quite available for them to slowly make their way towards.
Right, especially given the plane path. I mean, they can see that, they know where that is, and so the north was quite a far stretch, especially up to like Cruz de Valle, you know, Campo Militar. So yeah, good rotation from Mutt. Yesterday we actually saw them play quite more aggressive and proactive than what we were used to seeing, especially in group stages. So that was a really nice change. I'd like to see that continue, not necessarily right now because they find themselves in a position that's to their advantage. But yeah, moving forward in this game, it would be nice to see that as Finn trying to look for angles on Nick, and they're just giving each other some little love taps. Nothing really serious, nothing really crazy happening here. As the rest of Rats on the south side actually spreading out and getting some loot there, and strong position in the circle, but this circle, quite frankly, sucks, especially if it goes towards the center of that death road, that ravine that separates the north and south side of these hills. We've talked about it many times before. It's difficult, especially when it's center on there, to rotate to one or the other side, especially if you kind of get caught on the wrong side. It almost certainly means a difficult rotation, and most likely you're going to get picked off on the way up.
Yeah. Looking at Rats, they're looking at working in silence. These are 2 powerful positions, but only if it stays either north or south for them. So kind of scanning the area. Not the easiest, as you say, to try and send it one direction into the other, assuming it will center up on that El Azahar trench. No.
And it doesn't.
It is
so good.
Committing to the north. So similar to water, good that it commits one way or the other early on, but now this is really good for MUT's earlier rotation as well as Wuju too.
Yeah, they find themselves in the best position to, you know, take something, whether it's in Cruz, whether it's Church on the east side, get some high ground. They have many options. It's just choosing the right option in this scenario can still be difficult, as Babbler's going to land another headshot. Man, Babbler's really on fire today. And the tires will not go out. Still damage attempting to be found, but Legacy will make it away on that one, as Babbler now taking some damage from Wuju 2. Sneak Attack's going to find small amount there, and here we go to potentially dangerous now onto the 3-man of Ragers. And also something to note, Mintz is actually in for Majestic, so I mean, something quite unlucky happening here is not only playing as a 3-man, but not even playing with their starter.
Similar to Nord, Mintz is a regular on this squad already, so again, it's not like someone who's never met these guys before, but they're in a rough position, both in the generalized sense of roster, but also looking at this, surrounded by dangerous. This setup has been happening for quite a while, I imagine. If I recall, we saw them sort of trade knocks a while ago, but now Sergito's arriving. Tony
the jump
is caught out.
Oh, the jump, it saves him!
The jump and the covering fire by Glock.
Yeah, Glock, the grace of God lands that knock and takes the pressure off of Tony, but still, I really like the way that Potentially Dangerous has been playing this, finding the aggression. Oh, Glock, careful now. And trying to set up and set these traps, but more importantly, being quite proactive and aggressive against these other teams in the lobby. And the other thing about getting a 13-kill win, Cammy, is that's probably built a good amount of confidence for them.
Yeah. It's a buffer on the leaderboard and confidence to go for whatever play they want. Within reason, right? We're not going to just...
Yeah, we're not seeing them do, like, stupid
No.
plays.
But yeah, like, confidence, you know this. Confidence is a lot in the game of PUBG. You need to be able to execute on plays, not just mechanically, but also just pull the trigger to go for it in the first place. And confidence will allow you to do that so much better, hit teams so much faster, a lot more aggressively. And so many times we've seen teams win games, not necessarily from really good macro, but also because they just go for fights and catch people off guard multiple like fights in a row.
Yeah, and for those of you watching, a code drop here, 6VFYMLPZRNBK. Just get your in-game swag and get that code quickly, as looks like Tony's going to go down. Theros will get the res. And yeah, even looking at this roster, I mean, you're right. We've seen Theros before. We've seen Glock, Slabby as well. I mean, all these guys have been playing for a little bit, not necessarily on this team or this roster, but they have experience. And so far, I mean, the most dangerous thing about confidence when you talk a team like Potentially Dangerous, you know, getting that 13-kill win is the indecision starts to go away, right? You make a call and everyone's like, yeah, let's do it. You know, let's get on it. And like you said, there's a lot of haste made in the decision, and it's just, it just builds, it snowballs. And so far, it seems to be what we're seeing. They went for a play on Ragers, decided to back off due to some outside pressure from one of the other teams, Sortito and a little bit of Legacy, but Elevate now with an opportunity. Apt is going to find Pentalol, so Friendly Fire will lose one.
Why
the rest of Friendly Fire,
Company Man also out in the blue? This makes me worried that Elevate are kind of lacking a macro potential this game still so early. But hey, they got the kill.
Really, yeah, it's a really wacky rotation here from Friendly Fires. You saw Penta and Michael all the way on the east side. Meanwhile, looks like Paige and Shimboy are actually already well within the circle, so that one got a little disjointed there, as probably also didn't expect. Elevate, there's another one. Company Man will find Psycho, and Psycho's probably wondering to himself, what the hell is he doing there?
Yeah, but Company Man heard the shots behind him and was wondering, what are they doing there?
Yeah, fair.
I take it back. Something happened on the east of this circle that we didn't see, because this is not an Elevate exclusive big old question mark anymore.
Sure. Some wacky stuff happening on the east side of the circle as a dust storm is rolling through the north side of the circle, cutting in half the south. You see Mutt comfortably still in their position in Cruz de Valle, and on the north side, the duo of Luna, who we saw earlier at the very beginning of the game, tried to get aggressive on Legacy, now find themselves with a lot of room to work with, so they should still be able to make something of this game as long as they don't get picked off. And Elevate still just kind of comfortably on the east edge.
Anna with good damage, but couldn't quite get the knock onto Curry. And now over Outlaws. Wrong OW. Outlaws still need to find their way in. Dibble has been able to push through the split by working in silence, but Technosh, grenade at the ready to catch the second one on the move.
Oh, I like the attempt on the nade to try to get damage onto the rotating Outlaws. And working in silence, I mean, this is not new for them as far as setting traps on roads or rotations, but more importantly, they're comfortable with letting teams go in front of them and then backfilling them, either taking their position or waiting for one of those teams ahead to actually get in a fight in third party. Their timing on that so far has been good, and it's been working out for them. In the last game, they also tried to do something similar on the southwest side of the circle, and realistically, the only reason it didn't work at the end is because Circle kept pulling away from them. So we'll see if they can find something to play. Meanwhile, Sortito's Laucha is hearing the vehicles with an opportunity to have a backstab of his own. The shots will go out. He won't find anything, and he's going to get knocked, and Zito will respond in kind.
Didn't expect the second player to be below that ridge, and again, I have to call it out. We usually criticize jumping. That was a second jump that I think might have saved someone from getting knocked.
Yeah. Usually it's not the best play, but yeah, you're right. In the last two cases, we saw Tony earlier, and now one of the members of Working in Silence actually got outlined by that spray instead of eating a headshot.
Yeah, exactly. So next zone, Southeast. Rangers, they didn't really do much. They just cowered away from potentially dangerous, but they're looking in a good position. 55 as well, but they're wounded, potentially dangerous. They're wounded. The healthier teams are all going to be coming in from the edges here.
Shots coming out from a Silence Mini Curry's going to find Hazel. He's going to go down. Red Rider as well. Orion just down to 2 players left. Meanwhile, Elevate starting to kind of light up here. That's another knock on a friendly fire. Michael will go down to the blue. That flush will go in favor of Orion. But as I say that, Curry and Legacy will close the door. Orion will go down.
Yeah.
Still, Elevate opportunities here. Solds finds Robert, meanwhile.
So yeah, Sortito taking a bit of casualties. As we saw Elevate versus Rats posting up. Sortito now pushing on to Working in Silence. Varus finding a nice angle, but couldn't get out of there in time and gets instantly traded. Looking at where the last member of Sortito's is, that was a solo play that I understand the pressure of needing to go for something to save the game, but that was quite ambitious.
Yeah, and at that point, he had to commit, right? He saw multiple heads pop up. There was no chance of him actually turning his back, so maybe just try to get the spray transfer, but Working in Silence still will pick up 2 kills now, and more importantly, they have a foothold in the circle, so a good spot. They realize there's one member of Sortito's left somewhere. Lowly is trying to hide from that, but look at this. Working in Silence, making sure that they're active. They're just going to hunt this one down, and once they do get rid of Lowly, they'll have a healthy amount of room to work with. Fana going down, and look at this bait and switch. Putting Lowly on his heels. So well played from Working in Silence.
Yeah, and not forgetting about Ragers either. But Elevate, they're sending it in. They're pulling away from the Rats and bombing, not quite the center, but close enough. But Kraken has a Groza waiting for them.
Oh,
and there it is. Elevate eliminated. Kraken continuing to stay at the top of the kill leaderboard.
Yeah, Kraken is just Kraken this event, right? Especially in LCQ. Is not missed. I know. I don't know why even. I apologize to everyone in chat and everyone watching. Please forgive me. But Luna still managed to stay in with not only 3 kills, but as a duo, now in a position on the north where they, I was going to say, could maybe push forward and find a few more, but potentially dangerous now, aware of their position. And for the time being, they're going to be okay, but you have to imagine with the way potentially dangerous has been playing, also with the way that 55 is set up, and even friendly fire, Luna is in a little spot of trouble.
Yeah, just a touch. Getting surrounded by a couple of angles, but Legacy and Wuju 2, neither of these teams is in the blue, or sorry, is in the safe zone. Wuju 2 trying not to push through Legacy. They're gonna just go through the church angle that's already held by Cowboy and Sneak Attack. That's an uphill. That's literally uphill to climb.
Yeah, that's an uphill battle. Is this? Oh man, Vinny will find one. It's gonna be T-Plans from Mud actually. The Ultimo Tiro looking for a window to find some safety in the circle, but no, Vinny still. The last one is causing a lot of issues, and Friendly Fire now wants to get involved as well. But Paige will go down to Gubin.
So this was that open area that we were worried about, referencing with the Galaxy, Friendly Fire, and MUT all crashing in. Now we flip to the south, where Working in Silence are crashing into Ragers with Outlaws third-partying from the west. No one is in the center because it is one big, it's not open like a field, but it's kind of open. And so we're seeing all of these fights on the edge for something to play out of.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very ridge-heavy kind of mountaintop here that is occupying the center of our circle right now. Shinboy Now the last one left alive. Friendly Fire, second game so far. Not the greatest start. I mean, they did salvage the last game. They got second place, couple kills. But it's just going to be up to Shinboy. But he actually had a banging game yesterday. So we'll see what he's able to do. And as you stated, a lot of the teams on the edge of this one, besides Rats, who have actually taken just so much control in this circle, they have the widest 1-1-1-1 split.
Yeah.
I've seen in a while, but you know what? They're allowed to do this. There's no other teams that have been pressuring them. They've taken a lot of control. They actually realize that there's no one really that close to them, and so it's going to be DeSpoon starting to set his sights onto the Ragers, and Finna is actually coming in to support.
That's a bit over aggressive. We're only at top 8. I think Rats, I don't know if looking for a fight on any angle is the right move. Certainly look for third-party opportunities, and get
especially now, yeah.
But you don't want to open the fight yourself.
Our Rats have a decision to make here. Do they want to actually keep this split and maybe try to hold out both the north and the south, or maybe consolidate, get rid of one team, and then just completely take control of that side of the circle? So we'll see what they end up doing. Is potentially Dangerous have been sat in the graveyard here just to the east of Church for quite a while. Shinboy.
Yeah.
Needs to be a little careful. Mutt putting some damage onto him. FCZ as well, just really showing up yesterday.
Potentially Dangerous. They, had to leave Ragers in a little bit of a defeat after they lost Tony, but they are going to be looking to try and take advantage of the opportunity that this graveyard position in this phase 6 has given them, eyeing up any potential shots on the low ground below them, but Outlaws pushing into Legacy. I don't know if it's going to be the angle available.
Oh, the
Curry,
timing.
got the gun out in time.
Yeah, that almost was a disaster for him. The Outlaws with 7 kills now trying to escalate it to 11 if they can get rid of Legacy. And that's 3 members down now. Just Gizera left, the star player on Legacy. What can he do? Curry goes down and Legacy is out of there. Sure enough, 10 kills, but now potentially Dangerous coming down this hillside in a 3-on-2 situation against the Outlaws.
That is huge. A great decision. They saw the knocks go a little bit both ways.
How many flashes?
I don't know, man. But they're here to make sure the Outlaws cannot survive. They cannot reinvigorate themselves. Not overcommitting. They don't want to make sure that they don't want to open it for someone to the north to backfill them. And they, they got their kill. They're backing out. They even got a knock onto Rats now. So yeah, potentially Dangerous. They are activating.
They are activating, but I have to worry about those monitors now being completely burnt out by the 10 flashes thrown from the side of the Outlaws. And there was a knock being traded there, so Outlaws still need to get aggressive. They need to make their way into the circle. Meanwhile, Wuju 2 now with 3 members up, Sneak Attack going down, put some damage and some deterrence onto the side of Rats, as well as potentially Dangerous. And you have to imagine they want to get Sneak Attack up. Smokes are being thrown.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably going to go for this. This Cowboy is, I don't know. Sneak Attack is so close to bleeding out. Is he going to make it in time? No, he's not. Rat's down to 3. Or excuse me, Wuju 2 down to 3.
Yeah, I appreciate the attempt. But speaking of Rats, they are now getting approached by Ragers, but they make
Gats is on
very, very
fire.
quick work of it. A blue flank from potentially Dangerous.
Yeah, using that jammer. Beautiful play from Theros and potentially Dangerous. Man, they, as you said, they are activated. Playing with so much confidence today, taking multiple fights against multiple teams. And not just sitting in their compound, right? Sure, they've been in Graveyard, but they've been flexing north. They've been flexing to the west, south now. You see Theros looking for angles over on Rats. He finds one on Finna as far as he can get the knock, unsure, but really doing so much with so little at this point. It's just going to be on to Wuju2 to see if they can open a window for themselves here to kind of get into this fight. As Rats complete control of the east and potentially Dangerous complete control of the west.
Yeah, and phase 7 did go towards the west, potentially Dangerous. They could just anchor on in and make a reaction on what direction Wuju2 want to push. Because Wuju2, I think they're liking their chances against Rats. But the problem is that's not in the zone, so you don't want to commit that direction. Instead, waiting to see if Rats overpeak onto their angle, but this is where the anchoring is a problem. I say that everyone can spot everyone else out, so it's a hair's breadth. That's not even a phrase. A hair's width
It might be.
what to try and survive on here with peeking versus getting peeked, etc.
Oh, the P90. Nordskiff, though, will drop shot and find Slabby. A massive knock. Opens the door wide open, and for Wujatu, I mean, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. No matter which way they went, they were going to get picked off from the other team, but still, Nord with a monumental opportunity here. If he can just find some damage on the last two members here, potentially dangerous. Monster has gone down. They might be able to get the res. It's so risky. Rat's starting to move on this, though. They realize that this is their chance.
I don't know why Cowboy spun to give one final bullet into that dead body. I guess taking them while they're down. But look at the opening. Rats are taking advantage of. They are pushing across. There's been enough damage traded between these two teams. Rats is looking to take over this entire game. They have the man advantage. This is the perfect play. You don't want to let these teams fight amongst themselves.
Yeah,
if you corner them in, you box them in, you don't allow anyone to come and flank and backstab you.
Yeah, I mean, they've cornered the last two teams. I mean, I say two teams, it's really just potentially dangerous with one and Wujatu with two. The fact that Wujatu made that cross, I mean, was all in the back of Nordsif getting a great knock. Glock Mofo, though. He's going to find two. Oh, no. This could fall apart very quickly for the Rats.
I said box them in, not go into the box yourself. Oh, yeah. This might have been the throw. This might have been the throw. They're chasing every kill. They could be giving it. Okay, they secured it. They secured it. 10 kills. But that got a bit closer than I think we were expecting.
Yeah, and I get the idea behind that, right? They wanted to make sure that they got all the points that they could. They cleaned up both teams, but I mean, man, Glock with a quick turnaround, finding two members of Rats, getting a flush, another point for himself. But either way, Rats played that very well. They managed to find their footing once they got rid of all the teams on their edge. And then, again, Wujatu, I didn't even think was going to make that cross, regardless of which team they picked, whether it was PD or the Rats themselves.
Yeah.
But Nordskiff said, you know what, I'm just going to take matters into my own hands, and got a huge knock, Steve. So they're gonna take this dub.
It is. Big shout out to Nord for doing that. I will say, because I saw it pop up in chat, you heard Cameron mention it a little bit during the broadcast. Seifu is not playing today or this weekend. He was subbed out for Nord. If you need more information, all I can tell you is he is safe right now, and you can get more on Twitter if you go to Wujitu's official announcement. Everything you need is there. That said, to come in here as a sub and make a clutch play at a moment right after we as a group just talked about, I don't know what Wujatu was doing in that last game. Like, this is their turnaround. They showed up. They made it to the top, and with a sub, this is a roster that I'm actually really excited about, Cameron. I watched them in the group stages. I was like, oh, dig these dudes. And then here, they've been playing really smart with a sub, and I have a lot of respect for a team that can adjust that quickly.
Yeah. If you watched Opens, you would have been even more excited for them. Granted, playing Opens versus playing AS itself, two entirely different skill sets required, but they are making that transition up relatively well. And I'm gonna say it, they would have to throw terribly to not be in next weekend. So that's where the real final test is going to be.
Well, I'm just really enjoying. You're right. They went from opens to here. It's almost like we're seeing them go up the MMR board in live, live. You know what I mean? Like, okay, well, let's see how they do in this MMR, and we're throwing them in the next one. And the fact they're going to the finals where they're going to get to go up against, the big hitters, that's pretty exciting. Now, fight for survival. Let's talk about that. 2 games in, 4 left to play. Godspeed. Is there a point where you're now comfortable being like, all right, these guys, everyone above this is good, and we should start looking at where the race is, or do you think it's still pretty wide open?
Well, yeah, I think the door is starting to close. I think the top 3 are safe. I think Luna, Rats, and potentially Dangerous should be fine. Friendly Fire probably also as well. All the way down even to Wujatu. As far as, 6 through, I'd say maybe 10th? 11th? Have the opportunity to maybe kind of switch positions, be relegated. But yeah, it's starting to look pretty good for the teams on the left side of the leaderboard.
Makes sense. Because I guess the idea is, while Wujatu at 57 isn't spectacular, Cameron, the chances of 3 teams throwing and 3 teams from the bottom cut all of a sudden being gods is pretty low. So we often say anything can happen for those of you guys at home, but in this situation, that would be a crazy amount of glow up and a crazy amount of just start to suck at the same time. So that 3-point cutoff, though, that is for Wuju too. There is a more relevance, Cameron, to like, they can't drop the ball, right? If they do dip down to that 8th or 9th position, I guess that's where the real threats start to go as we go forward with this race. And if you're a team below 9, you got 1 or 2 games tops to make a statement that you're going to be in that race at the end, right?
Yeah. Listen, it's, as you say, one team has to perform bad, and the team below them needs to also perform well at the same time. So I think at this point, with the gap that we see still between 8th and 9th place, I think we only have room for 2 teams to swap. That's my guess. I don't know.
Well, we'll find out. 4 games left to play. After the quick break, we'll be back with a change of maps and even more action. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the PAS Game Show. I'm Matcham, joined by Kickstart, Sharpshot, and we've got RBN. Our present scores as we move into our grand final round are first place Kickstart at 7 points. We've got Sharpshot at 6 points, and then we've got RBN at 3. But this can all change up as now we are moving into pub geography. This is where it's going to get spicy. The way it's going to work is we're going to show you a picture. You're going to put a dot on the map where you think it is, from the perspective as if there was a person standing there. So make sure you drop it exactly where you think that person is standing. If they were to take the screenshot, you will get 5 points for being within 20 meters. You will get 3 points for being within 20 to 100, and you will get 1 point for just participating, even if you put it in the ocean and wherever you put it at. So at least you can get something out of it. But with a grand total of 15 points on the table, there is a massive chance for you guys to make a comeback here at the end. All of these screenshots are going to be from Miramar. So if you are versed in Miramar, you should be pretty good. We'll start off with some easier ones, and it'll slowly progress and get harder and harder as we go. You guys ready?
Yep, let's get it.
All right, so here is our first picture.
Locked in, baby. You got this, Rubinho Lino.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a quick look at distance then. Our furthest distance is now going to be RBN at 40 for a score of 3. Then we have Sharpshot at a grand total of 8 meters away, so he'll be able to pick up 5 points. And then we've got Kickstart, who has 4 meters away for a score of 5 points as well. I just gotta ask, did you make that? Is that like homemade spaghetti you got going on over there? Or is that delivery?
Nah, that's my girl, bro.
Ooh,
That's my chef.
But I'm not gonna blame Sharp for getting up for a second. He saw tasty food that Kickstart had. He needed to get something of his own.
Bro, I had burnt egg this morning. It was terrible.
Oh, dude, how do you
Where's your
burn
girl,
eggs?
man?
Like, how does that happen? No, like seriously, I need to answer that. How do you burn eggs?
I don't know. I didn't cook it.
Okay, so we'll hold you accountable for it. All right, so here you go. Where is Jefe Olote at?
Nah, this is easy.
This is easy?
Yeah. Watch this. Watch this.
The background makes me think it's here. Let's try it.
Is mine in? It's not on Brickyard, I promise.
Okay, so let me just refresh, make sure everything's good before I read off everything. And yep, okay. So here we go for our second picture. The furthest distance away is going to be Sharpshot, 1,489 meters. Then our second closest is going to be RBN, a grand 5 meters away. And then Kickstart is going to be a grand total of 3 meters away. So that's 5 points for both Kickstart and RBN. And that is going to be 1 point for Sharpshot. Here is our last photo. Make sure you get as close as humanly possible.
Bro, he got stir fry noodle bust. Not fair.
I got
I've never been in this building.
All right, so this one apparently was a bit tricksy. Before we show you guys all the stuff, let's take a look at the map. And you can see our furthest distance is going to be Sharpshot at 3,349 meters away. Then we've got RBN that is 3,191 meters away. And our closest player is Kickstart at 2,106 meters away. Our answer was over in Oasis, right off of the water.
Well, that's the answer.
Answer is Oasis. So that means that our grand total scores are going to be in first place, Kickstart with 18 points. Then in second place, Sharp Shot with 13, and RBN with third place at 12 points. Neck and neck up until the end there, but Matt manages to pick it up.
Welcome back. It's PAS PUBG Americas Series 4. My name's Toffees. This is the LCQ. That's Cameron Davis. That's Godspeed. Yes. And we are going to the finals. I'm excited. There's 4 more games to play. Sorry, I forgot about the delay, so I couldn't actually see my fingers pointing at you guys. It's exciting. It's a lot of fun. And the games have been a lot of fun as we went through our first 2 matches. It's still a very wide open's not the right word, but I think it is because there's only like 2 or 3 slots that are shakeable, Cameron. But there is a large amount of teams that are looking to shake themselves into that spot, I guess is a good way to say it.
Yeah, and we have 4 games left. If you have multiple good games, if you chain them back to back, you can just shoot right up. Again, best of 12, every round, that much more impactful. But just saying, oh yeah, we're going to have a couple of good games back to back when there's only 4 available, like, you really got to hope that whatever didn't work is suddenly working now.
And it's not just any 4, right? It's the 2 maps that our teams seem to be the most unfamiliar with. Yesterday, we almost scored a Jadena Circle Godspeed, which would have been super cool. But I think there's something to that. The idea that, like, the mainstay 2 of those maps have passed, right? Now, these are maps where the players know them and they practice them, but they don't know them intimately. Like, they wouldn't be called to identify these maps at the morgue. You know what I mean? Like, they can't find every single detail. Should you be a little worried if you're one of the lower teams and you're coming with these 2 maps on the horizon?
If anything, I think that creates openings for the lower teams, right? As far as Tego is concerned, I think Tego is mostly figured out in many of the areas. Sure, there might be a few pockets here or there, but Rondo is still wide open. I agree 100%. Rondo is still unknown in a lot of areas. We had a circle end yesterday in the East, which I think even in the many pubs I've played, I've been there like once or twice. And so there's a lot of variance still there. Tego, though, I think these players are mostly comfortable with at this point.
Nice. Well, I am going to leave you guys comfortable with Tego. It looks like it's a fun circle right along a path right along the river. Means the south is out of play. Should be some interesting rotations. Game number 3. Let's get it on.
Thank you very much, sir. And yes, we are on Tego. And you know, Cammy, when this map was first introduced, and I still do, but I really loved casting this map. I think it's so fun. It's still quite a few problematic areas. It's still a very wide open map, but just some of the fights, especially like on the north side, just below Army Base, that mountain. I mean, there's a lot of fun areas to fight in. But looking at this circle, yeah,
I don't know what's more disgusting. Finna with the K2 or the river in play. By the way, that was a read. I realize how that sounds. That's a read on the K2. Anyone with the K2.
Yeah.
Finna is the one that is not happy with the K2. I want that to be clear. But point is, river cutting the middle of the zone, K2 about equally bad. I hate the K2.
Yeah, both not great. I'm also not the biggest K2 fan. It's really not that bad. It's just when you have, when you have the bear hole available, you have an M4, you have an AUG, obviously.
What does it do better than any other gun?
It doesn't.
Nothing.
I'm not.
Nothing.
I'm just saying.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just saying, like.
Well, it sounds like you're yelling at me, Cammy.
I'm sorry. I just get really heated when I talk about the K2. I think to balance it, make the base magazine hold more ammo, so it's almost like an in-between of an LMG and an AR. That'll give it something, right?
Yeah,
but also,
I guess.
Sorry to cut you off again. Luna Galaxy, they are committing to this griefing of legacy.
I know that again. This is a good decision. I like this from Luna. If you can stop or cripple one of the teams that is ahead of you in PGC points, that is behind you in the leaderboards, and is not necessarily struggling to qualify, but is starting to become that cut line.
Yeah,
you should do it. And Luna are well within their you know, the right to do this, and I love that they are. I love that they're pursuing Legacy again. This is a great play from Luna. Irritating as hell if you're Legacy, but it looks like so far Legacy is just getting the better of these situations that Luna is trying to push.
Yeah, even with an M16, Gizera is still able to get that knock. Do they know of Vinny? That is the big question. He had already made his way across the road, looking to try and find an angle. RBN, oh, almost walked into the LOS. He's not going for the revive yet. He's almost his knock teammate as bait. Oh, okay. He got it in the end. A bit sloppier than expected.
Yeah, and there is an adverse effect of this, though, for Luna Galaxy, and that's if they're actually not feeding, but they're giving Legacy a lot of points. In the last game, we saw them give up 2 points immediately. So Luna, although we agree with this decision, can't be too overzealous. And yeah, that's another point. That's another member down for Luna.
VHZ, where did he come from? Able to sneak in from the south. So yeah, so Luna Galaxy, to your point, they are kind of helping Luna Galaxy out. They're helping Legacy out. Both of these attempts haven't been the best.
Haven't been too fruitful at all, as Legacy is holding their own, and we expect that from Legacy, right? I mean, we expected Legacy to just make it into the grand finals off of group stages, so the fact that they're here doesn't necessarily mean that they've weakened or that they're a weak team by any stretch of the imagination, but still, Luna is pressing on. Even if they lose a member here or there, as long as they can get them out in 16th or really hurt their chances of getting more points into the late game, it's still a win for them.
Yeah.
As long as they don't get wiped.
Right, yeah. Deal some damage. But it's slowed down. So, on one hand, Luna Galaxy, they don't mind this too much because, again, it's all about griefing Legacy's game. They're willing to throw their entire round away to make sure Legacy are in the danger zone. And this just puts more precedent on Legacy to try and finish things up. But, man, Gizera going down, that is really
That's
painful.
a big kill.
He is a huge kill. He is by far and away doing his best to drag Legacy over the line as far as like points impact, as far as getting those kills. So
but you know what else I really love?
Not great. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but you know what else I really love about this? Elevate. Elevate has realized now this is the second game that Luna is trying to put pressure onto Legacy, and now they're actually in a position for themselves as Hunter is going to find souls working in silence. Very rare that they have a member go down this early. We'll find one knock. They should be able to get that up. But yeah, Elevate is now starting to stalk this fight as well. And the other good thing for Luna Galaxy is the fact that this is happening outside of the circle. So the longer that they can keep Legacy out, the better it is for them.
Yeah, exactly. But Orion are here now. What's going on with this? We are nearing the end of this series. It is calling for drastic measures. And I mean, working in silence, they're good. Should be. Maybe not. They're 7. I realize they actually fell quite a bit from the start of the day, so they need to clean this one up, but Ragers are not letting them get out of this one for free.
Oh, not at all, and Ragers are now just down to 2. Mince and Hunter will find one of working in silence, and you know what? Good decision for working in silence. Like, you know what? We lost one. There's no reason for us to stay here at this point. We can rotate around. Godok is probably free. I think they even might have started around that area, so working in silence will just cut their losses here as Legacy will also lose RBN. Luna now have taken out 2 members of Legacy, still outside of the circle, still holding Legacy here. Again, Luna is just hell-bent on putting the damage here onto that team, and this time around, they are succeeding.
Yeah. VHZ, as you saw in the bottom right, is just retreating. That was the player from Legacy that came in from the south, found an angle, was able to confirm Posa, but not going to stick around. They need someone to salvage something here. And Elevate, to your point, as you mentioned, they're looking for some opportunities. They arrived very slow, however. It is almost 8 minutes.
Yeah.
They're only now in a position to perhaps third party, but Luna Galaxy rotating into them. Perhaps they're not aware. No, they know. They're looking for it. They want more fighting.
They also might be thinking they now realize it's another entire team. But I mean, Elevate was there at least I think 2 minutes before we even mentioned it. But it's nothing. Justice will find Haven, so that's a point in their favor. As you know what? Even if they get one off that, good on them to just realize that this is happening.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that from Elevate. Again, they need a lot of points here. Currently sat in 13th place, 28 points. And they're still behind quite a bit when it comes to the leaderboard overall and making that cutoff in 8th. So
They're rotating.
not a bad start. Yeah, they're rotating really wide to the south here. Maybe they think, I mean, looking at the plane path, that also makes sense. Probably the least amount of teams are in the south. That gives them the best rotation. They can find just something small to get their foot in the door, and then from there they'll rotate in. So not bad. Friendly Fire finally not having early game woes. They have all 4 members up, which is good to see. They're sitting in a southern compound.
Yeah, this is a split circle, so it makes sense for Elevate. It doesn't really matter which side they choose. Friendly Fire, they're staring at 55, but no one is really committed one way or the other, I imagine. Partly because sending it from one of these compounds to the next, even if you get a knock, not the greatest. But Paige, still going to get on the roof. Using the nice boosted climbing to get some information and find something. It's a split phase 1. Everyone's going to be crossing their fingers, toes, everything else to hope that it comes their direction. And I would say at the very least, commit one way or the other. Staying split into phase 3 is the problematic future of the potential here.
Yeah, Elevate now rotating near Ohyang, where VHC is not at all poking his head out. He's just going to let them drive by, and he's probably thinking to himself, is this really Luna again? How did they find me? But yeah, he's going to be fine as long as he doesn't... Oh, wait a second. I say that. And he's going to try to get himself a cheeky little kill. Not like this. Justice will find him. And the circle also disgusting, still holding so much of that split in. But man, what a bad break for him. That was almost a give me, but he just couldn't finish the kill. Couldn't even find the knock.
Yeah, the angle of the pony saved Justice. VHC had a good idea. He even had it lined up initially. But the pony is surprisingly difficult to land shots through that back window. So, like, that's a tilter. I'm not going to say otherwise. Not as easy as shooting out any other vehicle.
She got a wide back. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of vehicle on the back side. And I freaking hate being... If you don't have shotgun, it is so claustrophobic in the backseat of this vehicle. Because you can't... Not only can you not aim out, but you can't see a damn thing. As Sneak Attack taking some shots over here near Birkin. Bonja de Gallo, another one of those teams that is just around that cusp line at 35 points, 10th place. So Wuja 2 still doing okay, 57. A nice spread here actually for them. They're pretty much controlling that kind of northeast peninsula here on this split, and they have access to that bridge as well if they need it.
Yeah, they have the bridge that goes one way, the jump bridge to the west. So Wuju 2 good on that. Like, Sotitos can't go the opposite way, but this is another circle that's still split. Cowboy looking for an opportunity on Bonja de Gallo, and this is, it's not great. Bonja, as you said, is on the cutoff line. They need to have a good game, and they're just unable to find an opportunity. And it's always, maybe not always, but often Wuju 2 that fights them early.
Yeah, it seems that these two teams have actually run into each other quite a bit when it comes to early game rotations. Sneak Attack still trying to take shots. Cerberus actually prone. He's going to go down. This should be a flush for them. That's another point gone the way of Wuju 2.
That was a race between Bonja and Wuju 2 on who could get the knock and then confirm that flush. Listen, every point matters.
Yeah, it does. And look at this. The Outlaws actually with a great last game. Gump and Nick will find 2 members of Friendly Fire. Michael and Paige will go down. The rest of them try to make this push. Peeking over beautifully. Gump will find Shinboy. And now it's just down to Penta. Friendly Fire fell apart here.
They had no clue. That's one of the hard things about Tego compared to the other maps is there are some blind spots. You have to make some rotations, especially through hills like that, kind of blind at times and make some early game risks. And, well, Friendly Fire, they get cut down. Really good job by Outlaws. Divine that. Yeah, they're on a roll. As you said, good last game. They're trying their hardest to make it into the top 8. They have the time to do so.
And they've climbed, man. I mean, the last game they had, I think, 10 kills, almost, or made it in the points
Something
just
like that,
briefly,
yeah.
or just about, yeah. So really starting to put themselves in that position where they can actually fight for that 8th place spot. I mean, at this point now, they're only 5 points behind. And for Friendly Fire, yeah, like you were saying, it's hard to pull up on those hills. There's a lot of angles, a lot of ridges where teams can kind of sit. And then Friendly Fire initially had issues kind of looking at 55 before they rotated in. Penta at least will find a point for them. Kraken will go down from Luna. So it's not all lost, I guess.
Yeah, but it's kind of lost for semblance of order in this game with phase 3 still being mostly split.
Dude,
know
this is
it's
a
going to go
disgusting circle. Holy.
It's terrible. We know it's going to go east, but that one bridge that is in the middle, it only goes west. So rotations, you got to do it now, or else do it all the way out in the blue on the north or south bridges. But yeah, Wuju 2 are looking good to at least be able to make it to the end game before they have to fight from their central position.
Yeah, and on Sortito's part, I mean, they can play on that bridge, right? I mean, whether or not they can rotate past it or not is a different story. And again, Outlaws, man, they are not relenting. That's another knock and should be a confirmed kill. Yeah, easy stuff for him. He's actually going to cancel the first aid to make sure he flushes that out. Outlaws, man, I don't know what they ate this morning, but they came to play today for sure.
Spicy cowboy
His mutt now
chili
just
or something.
or a nice cowboy steak. Oh
Yeah,
man, I can go for a steak right now.
Same.
I'm a steak enjoyer. I love steak. Who doesn't love
You
steak?
got red blood running through your brains? Brains? What am
Through
I
my brains?
doing?
Yes. Yes, I do. As Rats now coming into the south side. Our Outlaws going to get even more. They will. Curry will find Balefrost. Another 7 kills again. 15 minutes have passed, and they are just farming what it seems like this lobby right now. Finn almost going down as well, and Curry's been great. I think all events so far for the Outlaws, as is Nick. Honestly, all these boys have stepped up at some point or another, and the vehicle will throw Gibble down.
Yeah, he tried to dodge it, didn't go quite far enough, and that is going to give Gas the opportunity to pick another one up. One more point for Rats, or I guess the first of the round, but Nick is here to try and continue the damage, continue the hurt. This isn't bad for Rats. They're in second place. They're basically qualified. It's about how many points can Outlaws get, and the fact that they are just farming so many players, going so aggressive. They're almost playing like Donkey Destroyers. They're not caring about macro at all. I don't want to say at all, but like, you know, they're caring less about it than other teams.
Well, and that they're putting themselves in position to actually cut these rotations off, right? They started in the south. They brought the fight to Friendly Fire. Then they got involved with Rats and even some other teams they were taking shots as they're going through. So Outlaws really just full aggression here. As Finna is the last one alive. They now know of his position, and the other 3 members you have to imagine are gonna get involved, but it does. Oh, what a spray from Finna! That was gross. He goes down, but man, that was sick.
Denies to the blue as well. So not quite the 10 points that Outlaws were looking for, but regardless, a great early game. Phase 4 is going to hard shift to the east. Multiple E pickups from the western teams. But
even if you're Finna, you got to feel good. You're like, you know what?
Oh, yeah.
I got that. Oh,
I did do that.
Good.
Yeah.
That was all me. Is kill demo. Oh my goodness. That got really dangerous. Psycho is actually going to help them out, pick up Babbler. And Orion now stuck on the edge here, fighting 55. And it looks to be a 2-on-2 situation here. Is that nade? Yep. Will start to favor a little bit of 55, but the trade comes. Red Rider will find one. Just down to Psycho now.
1v1, and looking at the minimap, Ragers are going to try and make sure no one walks out of this alive. Psycho rushing forward, able to annihilate Orion once again. And Orion are putting up good fights. They're never able to finish them. Very unfortunate LCQ for that team.
Yeah, it's just been an unfortunate event overall. And as you said, I mean, they're getting knocks. It's just they're not able to convert. Pat Caps now. Donkey Destroyer is another one of those teams that have probably gotten a decent amount of knocks, but just no real way to finish. Meanwhile, that MG3 in the hands of 2 Moss, also with a Dragnov. So, wait, Pat has 2... Oh, I was going to say, he has 2 DMRs.
Oh,
Looks like he
wait,
switched. Justice will go down. Pat Cap still alive. A nice switch, and there we go. There's the Pat we know. 3 kills for Donkey Destroyers, and Elevate out in 13th.
Yeah, Elevate and Orion are having very similar stories where good players, both have different levels of history, but regardless, they just can't seem to really win a fight or feel like they're in control of their game. Like at Elevate, we're always catching them when they've lost 1 or 2 players and the remaining players are scrambling to salvage something. Right here. Yep. You can see the ramp only goes one way. Where are potentially dangerous going? They're sending it into the water, but a nice headshot by Sneak Attack.
Yeah, and you actually did see a couple members of Potentially Dangerous actually swam across before the vehicles even came in. So now Wujitu, which I thought would be a little more aggressive on this bridge, actually opted to stay in the compound as those shots are now starting to come up from that ridge, up from the bridge. I feel like Dr. Seuss right there, just kind of rhyming away. But Potentially Dangerous now have recovered. And 2 has some noisy namers as you now see, looks like Rager's now coming in. Hunter's gonna just park it right there. Yep, just stay right there, buddy.
Ooh, Wujitu continuing to get the shift. Pulls
Gross shifts.
They can just continue to anchor, and Potentially Dangerous, they can anchor on the ridgeline as well as long as they take care of Hunter.
Yeah.
55 caught out in the blue. There it is. There is the 10th kill for Outlaws.
Sortito, another one of those teams that, we've seen some good moments coming out from them, but just once they get in a position like this, they start to kind of spread themselves a little too thin, and that's when we see them start to make mistakes. Still, though, currently 4 alive as Laucha is looking towards Pat's direction. He's the last member left of Donkey Destroyers. Did lose Tumas earlier, so LFP1 also, as you can see, just doing his best, trying to survive. Oh, he's trying to parachute in. Hunter gets in. He actually makes it, but his reward is 3 members of Potentially Dangerous just wait. Actually, 4 members just waiting for him in the water there. And yeah, they know. They know. He's not long for this world.
Yeah. Slappy looking.
Just hunting this poor soul down.
Yeah. Fishing, really. Oh, man. Oh, how long has it been since we've seen this? A single swimmer hiding behind a pillar on a bridge. That's a throwback.
Yeah, shades of 2017, 2018 here.
Yep.
And there was also like a patch I remember where you could heal in water. Like you could actually use first aids, which was not intended. So like, yeah, it was just rampant, man. People were just sitting in water, dunking, first aiding. Oh man, that was peak PUBG. Peak PUBG.
Yeah, where it was all about timing your meds, not even about shooting the gun.
Yeah. Good times as Boncha de Gallo now is trying to take it to working in silence, and sure enough, they will find those kills. They're all dead, boys. Stop wasting your util, please.
Yeah. It is a stressful situation for Boncha, so I understand. But that means that every piece of utility is that much more valuable for them.
Right. Man, PD is not giving... at this point, they have to know that he's not moving, right? So as long as they have someone kind of keeping tabs on Wujitu, this is fine, but I don't think they need 3 members.
But at the same time, what other move is there for Potentially Dangerous to do? And in fact, the biggest threat isn't even Wujitu. It's a team coming up from the south. In this case, it would be Outlaws.
Yeah, you're right. They're fine. Just, it's a little... I just feel bad for Hunter, man. It's excessive. Yeah. This poor man he's dead already, Leave him be. But I'm also looking at Mutt's position currently here, is they're gonna have to deal with the other 3 members of Outlaws if they're able to peek over and realize that there's a team up there. I'm not quite sure they have the angles on him quite yet, but Bonji as well. Oh, this shift actually favors Mutt as well, somewhat. They're probably gonna get sandwiched here, most likely assaulted from the Outlaws, but this also means that Sortitos has to move, and I have to kind of agree with what they're doing. I think that Eastern Wrap is the best play that they have. Vinny will go down. I don't think he really minds much, and he even denies that point, so.
Yeah, wow. Perfect timing on that. Again, that was all according to plan, not just bad luck on Boncha de Gallo's side of things. But yeah, Sortitos, they tried to push down. No, wait, no, they pushed in? I thought they were going south as well, but instead they go into Wuju2's line of sight, and it's a trade of 1-for-1, but Nordskiff is able to confirm it.
I mean, they're still committing to this, trying to get that knock, and
no,
Lowly had a
Lowly.
nade primed, and he flushes himself as he gets knocked. Yeah, I mean, Varus is probably like, guys, we have something to play over here on this side. Outlaws now with 10 kills yet again, second game in a row.
Yeah.
Looking to further advance their points as Nick will just slide down this ridge just a little bit, and Hunter is still looking for an opportunity to get in, and you can see Varus now is actually backed up a little bit on that ridge that they have, or that small dip. Finally, Slabby sees Hunter, and yeah, the nade coming out. Is he gonna find it? It looks... oh, actually,
pretty good.
Right on top. There it is. Okay, finally, Hunter's been dispatched.
Oh,
And now
wait,
potentially
LFP
Dangerous
is still
can
in
start
this.
to focus.
Oh, LFP got a knock on a Birkin. Pydam's able to take them out, so Legacy are now eliminated. They survived longer than Luna Galaxy, so...
And they got a point. They were in the points, top 8. So they at least get a point for that.
2 points total with
Could
that
have
with
been-
1 kill.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse, especially with the way that Luna Galaxy has been hunting them down. Cowboy will confirm Birkin. And now Mutt has started to spread towards Bonja de Gaio. It's just Pydam now. As he sits, trying to keep an angle on their back. They actually have Triss kind of holding their anchor point against the Outlaws. Sortito still with one member still left alive. Pydam will step up. That's going to be an easy kill for FCZ. And Mutt still maintaining control in the south.
Control is a bit liberal sense of that term. I think teams at the moment are just avoiding Wuju2 and potentially Dangerous. The fact that even MUT then were slowly hiding behind that ridge, waiting for Pydam to come into their line of sight, just shows that no one is going to can compete against the space of potentially Dangerous or Wuju2. Because of that road is going to make things very, very difficult to advance further.
Well, the other issue here for Wuju 2 is we actually see another knock coming out from Curry onto Slabby is the fact that they now have to consolidate. I'm sure they have a vehicle, but with Glock, as well as Tony sat up in the north side, they could cut this rotation off. And meanwhile, you still have Mutt trying to work the east edge of this circle, looking for the last member of Sortito, but also, I mean, I'm pretty sure Monster and his duo are actually sitting in a dip right now, so not quite sure how much cover they actually are working with.
Yeah, I said Wuju2 had good positioning, same with potentially Dangerous. With this shift towards the south, the road still prominent. I don't know if anyone is going to have control. I guess MUT with the high ground, but there's not much cover outside of a couple of trees up there, so while they might be able to look down on you, they could get shot very, very easily in return. I don't know who has the biggest advantage here outside of PD and Wuju2 having 4 players up. As far as positioning, I think it's all very precarious.
Yeah, I mean, if potentially Dangerous can take control of the west side of the circle, there's a ridge they can actually work with, and it's not bad at all. But that's if they can get rid of the Outlaws, the Overlaws, as they are still a duo. They're still a duo. And you can see Gump actually holding that angle, making sure that the team of Potentially Dangerous can't necessarily push on them. Meanwhile, Wuju2 still holding this split. Again, they have Nord. Yeah, Nord has a dip, but you can see they're very worried about their backside as Potentially Dangerous have put up a good fight and really just making it so difficult for Wuju2 to rotate. I said I was scared about them making that consolidation rotation.
Well, I don't
sure
know
enough,
if that
it came back to
rotation.
bite them.
I don't know if that rotation was one of consolidation. I think that lone player of Wuju2 tried to find like a 3-1 position, maybe trying to find an opening into Potentially Dangerous, because otherwise they're all kept in that one bus stop. But now Potentially Dangerous, with that taken care of, they can expand further down towards the south. A good grenade on the Gump there, us take that space, and even commits to the fight out in the open.
Yeah, if they get rid of Curry here, they have all the control on the west, and they're poised to be in the best position in the circle, and they do. And it's actually a nade from Triss that finds them, and now that opens the door for Potentially Dangerous to completely take control of this game, as they're also given the next shift, which means that they should have the best position for center as well. Mutt now, the ball's in their court. The onus is on them. They're going to have to make some moves here, and the question is are they going to focus on PD or are they going to focus on Wuju2? And it looks like that decision might be made as PD and Wuju2 are now in a fight.
Yeah, the problem is their attention was already split. They have Trisk down towards the south, the other two members looking at Wuju2, but this is where that opening of the hill, the open face of it, is becoming an issue. Again, like, it trades back and forth. Oh, that grenade went out of that hand just in time before they went down, but now Trisk is caught out on the road, has the high ground, tossing some flashes.
Trisk stepping over now. A big opportunity here for Mutt. If Trisk can get all the way around, if he can find an angle, there is a real chance that Mutt can win this game, even though PD has been playing this so well, using smokes, trying to block off those angles. FCZ now trying to get on top of that vehicle, maybe look for something. They're so deep now towards the side of Trisk and Muy Ultimo Tiro. This is going to come down to who finds the first knock. Still sneak attack alive, though. 8 kills as well for Wuju2. Such a good game for them, climbing to 4th place, 70 points.
Yeah, good kills. 3rd place minimum. So even though they've struggled to make their way into this final fight, still a pretty good round for Wuju2. I think they played it right considering what they were gifted on Phase 3, Phase 4. So, MUT, now they've taken space. They've pushed PD away. They're still looking for any straggler, and Theros is going to be the one to find Trisk out. Not even out in the open, just flying through the air.
That's a difficult duel to win, especially with the repeaks, but he's going to find Trisk, but he doesn't get FCZ. And the last member alive for MUT, he's going to heal up. But now, with all that information, PD knows exactly where he is. And yep, here they come. Utility flying out, flashes. Oh, Trisk. Oh, he still finds Slabby. No way. There it is.
I think Tony turned away because Sneak Attack was going to backfill that, and they knew it. So there was a sense of, I'm going to guess, back and forth comms. Maybe canceling each other out because they should have full committed on that rush down. Because now Tony is caught out in the middle. Thankfully, it's 1-1. Now committing to the push, but this is giving Sneak Attack the opportunity to potentially win this whole game.
Yeah, this is a 1v1v1. They get him up, but still not enough time to actually recover with meds. And so this comes down to 3 teams and 3 different players. And Mutt somehow just fighting to survive here have done so. Sneak Attack all of a sudden with all the advantage here, actually.
Yeah.
And there it is. He's going to find Tony.
Done out from Trisk. I don't know. Okay, regardless, information is premium right now, and thankfully for these final 2 players, they know where the other one is coming from. It is going to be the fight that ends on the open road. No cover except for smokes and that one lone deployable shield.
Yeah, you can see Sneak Attack playing it smart, just not overcommitting to run onto the road yet, especially in that open angle. He's still being active, though. In fact, he's being much more active here than Trisk. And the circle is starting to close. Phase number 9. You see where the flash is coming from. Trisk, though, kind of has a read on this. He's looking at the right angle, but he's taking so much time.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh,
whoa, for a second there.
Man, that duel could have gone so much differently if Trisk had just been a little more active and not tanked 2 ticks of that blue. But man, Wuju2 in a situation and position where we thought, I mean, potentially dangerous, had all that advantage.
Yeah.
Was able to pull it out as Sneak Attack as a solo player. This was a wild, wild game, Steve, but it was fun.
You know, Sneak Attack didn't even try to follow his namesake. He was loud. He was clomping around on that road, tossing flashes. I thought he was done for. Those 2 ticks of blue were insane because Sneak missed the first spray. He tagged him but overshot. Like, yeah, that's wild. But again, that's one of those moments where we talk about LCQ, right? I love what Mutt's been doing. They've had yesterday they were fun to watch. They seem like they've been a lot stronger. But again, I think when you look at that Sneak Attack head-to-head there at the end, there was a certain level of experience in the 1v1 endgame maybe at this level that Mutt tried to make a cool play, tried to use the blue. Just got touched from behind, and we'll get there in a sec. This circle, though, Godspeed, was rough, man. Crossing the broken bridge. There's just what an end game.
This circle was super fun to watch. And as I said at the beginning of the game, it's super fun to cast. It became one of my favorite maps. But I mean, as far as the players go, that circle sucked, man.
Yeah.
That was a really rough circle.
That end game, though, right, when we got down to the sort of what was it? You want to say PD versus Mutt gives the opening to Wujutsu, which we thought they would never have, Cameron. And then it comes down to this 1v1. But watching them play the road, I mean, like, I love that Sneak was trying to outthink him by moving around the right side to cross the road instead of using the smoke. But that his opponent was like, I know exactly what you're going to do, and was already preset on that spot. It was fun to watch players who are this good play this game.
No, there was that 1v1, but then also potentially Dangerous's 2v1v1 that I think they kind of fumbled a touch. There was a level of, I think, stress and pressure because there was no cover for anyone. People this is the time that you have to make a committed push one way or the other, and twice Sneak Attack was able to come out on top. And again, with I don't know if it's from experience, but it's a level of poise that the other two teams looked like they were lacking in that moment.
There was also looming threat, guys, because potentially Dangerous, they were caught in the middle of that 1v1v1 sandwich, right? And you saw him sort of get the flush on Mutt, and the first thing he did was turn back around and prepare for an attack by Sneak, because he assumes the second he sees me get a kill, they're going to push me from behind. So I think that was part of the problem for potentially Dangerous, is like once they didn't get that speed flush, then everything was like I don't know when everything's going to happen. You've lost your potential, your informational advantage. And they did the best of what they could. That said, Pot Dan is dominating, 92 points. Easy advance to the grand final. They won't be mad about that. And then Wujutsu, who at the start of the day, I was like, what's going on with Wuju? I didn't expect them in 8th. And now look at them in 2nd place, guys.
Oh, your voice got very high there. But yeah, Wujutsu currently, and you also wanted to say Wujutsu. I know you. You wanted to say Wujutsu.
I do. It sounds like a really cool
It is, sport. But yeah, they managed to I mean, they didn't have a terrible day yesterday. They managed to completely bounce back, find themselves in 2nd place. They should be safe. And now that cutoff line, man, that is looking juicier and juicier. And more importantly, I have to talk about the Outlaws, man. That's their second 10-kill game in the points that they have managed to get. So they are finding the aggression. They're taking these fights that they're winning, and they're putting themselves in a much better position now with only 3 games left to actually make this top 8.
This is a problem with Outlaws in general. They don't make a name for themselves until they're almost dead.
Okay.
With only 3 games left to play, we're going to find out if they can advance. Don't go anywhere. We're back with Rondo after this. Because you got to be famous and they hunt you. Anyway.
I hate you, Steven.
High noon.
No, I didn't even hit you, I think. Did I hit you?
Draw.
No! No!
Did I jump over it?
I'm not sure.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time
Back. PAS PUBG Series 4 Last Chance Qualifier underway right now. My name's Toffees. I got the Camera Davis and Godspeed here calling the action. It has been an interesting day. We've seen some wild maps. That last one in particular was just a good time, and I expect Rondo to deliver as well. Most of the teams that we expected to deliver have shown up and done the job, but the time for deliverables is upon us. If we talk about that breakpoint, Cameron, 8th place is where we advance. 51 is 8th right now. Outlaws are 9th in 50. So that cutoff, while the top are good to go and the bottom have just fallen away, that mid-pack is getting very violent and close.
Yeah, so I think at this point, 1st through 4th, good to go.
1st through 4th.
Friendly Fire.
4.
Yeah, Friendly Fire could tank and fall out.
Okay.
But they, as long as they put up an okay game for the remaining 3, they're good. Right now, I think Legacy, Working in Silence, 55, and Outlaws are the 4 teams fighting for 3 slots. So we're going to see a lot of bouncing around between those 4. And, you know, it's possible that Bonjay or MUT put themselves in the conversation after this round, but that's where I think it's going to be set up.
I think that's what we watch for on this one, right? Is does Friendly Fire have a good game? Because they need to sort of, you know, they can bolster if they do. And then do MUT and Bonde de Gallo, do they make their moves here? Because this is their last chance to do it. Now, I will say, I just saw Paige posting on social media. His head seems to be in a great space. He even took on some trolls and defended PUBG, and I thought it was awesome. So because of that, Friendly Fire, I need you to do well on this one. Paige is an interesting guy, Godspeed. I met him while he was playing with Roth. He is very... What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, yes. How is that an adjective, though? Like that, the thing is, you said that, and I went, yup, that's the way to describe it. But it is. He is very monolithic, I guess. I don't even know how to describe it, but I can see that working as a leadership style with the right team, I guess.
Stoic, you know, is also. I mean, trust me, I know. I played with one for a year, so
yeah, you did.
I get the way that you know, Pages. I get, you know, Los was probably similar in a lot of ways, but yeah, Page is a great player, man. He's found a lot of success in his career as well. I think he has a really good team around him. It's just, can they actually pull it together here and make it through? I think they're going to make it through the qualifiers. I think they'll be fine. They'll go to grand finals, but you know, there was a lot of mistakes that they made, unfortunately, in group stages that landed them here in the first place. But that team is very capable, man. They have some banger players. And something else really important to note when we were talking about that cutoff is, don't forget, Legacy, or Luna, excuse me, is still hunting Legacy, even though it looks now Legacy probably will be opting for like alternate drops, just to get the hell away from Luna.
Right. Yeah, nice. And so let's go back to that for a second, because you did. We saw the hot drop right at the start of the last match. Is this like a grudge between them, or is it just you just try to keep Legacy away whenever you can from a final? Like, is there bad blood I don't know about between these guys?
Well, I'm not aware of bad blood, but
okay.
If anything, it's valuable for the PGC point race, right? But they're being chased by Donkey Destroyers with an M16. Really? You're gonna try this with an M16? I mean, it's better than. Okay, the Tommy gun. That's a real weapon.
Also, I mean, M16 is not terrible these days.
Yeah, but if you kill someone with the Tommy gun, you get to say you get to come out dirty rat afterwards, right? So like that's like, take that, you dirty rat. I think it's more fun. Remember that was a crate gun? Well, with that incredible observation that lent a lot to it, I'm out of here.
Get out of here, man. Yeah, I do remember though when that thing was a crate gun. It was. I also remember we could still get Car 98s out of the crate. That was a big womp womp. So. All those fun times way back in the day. But yeah, Donkey Destroyers starting with a kill, 4 alive. Comeback time, Kevin?
Comeback from 15th place. If they win all 3 games in a row, it's possible.
Oh, Little Lily's back.
Oh, hey. Ragers.
Hell yeah.
They're a bit closer. Maybe they could get themselves. Again, it would have to be 3 really big games in a row. But it's possible for them. So we didn't comment on it, but phase 1, all the way.
Look at the circle, dude. Holy.
It is all the way in the south.
This is super far south, as we see.
Yeah, okay.
Sean there being the center. What? What?
Nothing. No, we're good.
We are fine as, this actually puts a lot of the teams currently outside of the circle, which means The North could get crowded. We have seen actually a couple circles here. We had one of these at one of the PGSs or EWC. It was either PGS or EWC where we saw a circle come this far south as well. So there's a lot to be played, a lot of terrain, a lot of good terrain is the key important thing here, Cam.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good terrain to be played down here.
Yeah, and we're already seeing, naturally, at 4:30, teams fighting for these positions. Thankfully, Bonjay are not running into Wuju 2. Working in silence is the
True.
buffer, is the adult getting in front of the two rowdy kids that can't stay away from each other and pushes Bonjay a bit further to the north.
Yeah, and working in silence has a fantastic position here. This is a great split as well. They can support each other if need be. They're currently sitting essentially center circle, so no matter where this shifts, they'll still be in and have a decent point of rotation if they need it. So really, really great start from that team who, again, normally have good starts or they have good rotations where they don't lose any members early. The last couple games that did in fact happen to them, but now it looks like this is an opportunity for them to stop the bleeding, and stop the bleeding they need to do because they're now I mean, they were looking much better. They had 48 points, I think, coming into this day. They're only at 55. So it means out of 3 games, they've gotten 7 points.
Yeah.
And they are right on that cutoff, man. 9th place is only 5 points behind.
Yeah, they have been plummeting over the course of the day. They've had a couple of good moments, which is why I think it took us a little bit to really realize that they were not delivering today as they were yesterday. But now 55... another team that is kind of not performing to our expectations. They're okay. They're safe enough. But as we said earlier, they're going to want to have a good game here to make Erangel really, really comfortable.
Speaking of two teams, one of which is in much more dire straits, it looks like Elevate's Justice is dangerously close here to VHZ. And I'm not sure if he's realized that, but VHZ probably heard that vehicle come in. And yeah, he's going to think the better of it. I think he's just going to try to get out of here. Though, is on his way. So some backup is coming. But yeah, they're just going to peel off. Orion, meanwhile, is coming into a split held by the Ragers. And they've got to notice this shot's coming out. They should be relatively safe on this one. And yeah, they're just going to skate on by.
Yeah, slide on through. But where to are they going? They are... just bombing the center, going directly into Wuju 2 as we see Elevate drive directly past Legacy. But that was only the forward scout. We have I don't know if it's an intentional camp, but across this bridge is going to be the remaining 2 players of the team, and they could go for, they could activate this circumstantial trap.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they were trying to camp this, but I don't know. The way that they've set up on this, maybe they have. They're going to look for shots. Oh, that tire popped. And it looks like they're going to find Empt, and so that's going to be a hard stop here for Legacy.
Okay.
And Elevate. Oh, Company, man, with the JS9 just melting Gizera, who, again, has just not had the best of days, especially with Luna Galaxy on their heels at almost every point of the game. Those nades might be a little short. That one could be good. Nope, still short.
Oh,
and he barely squeezes.
Inside. Yeah, that's huge. RBN could go for the res. The rest of Legacy pushing in from the north. And Elevate, they could look to retreat. It's only 1 point here, and this isn't in the zone, but they're sticking around for the fight. No, VHC hit something on the cross. So never mind. It's not going to be as clean of a follow-up for Legacy.
Yeah, and the frustrating thing for Legacy here is that it wasn't even Luna this time. They didn't even have to deal with Luna. It's Elevate, who, again, was just trying to rotate past, and Legacy, with the way that they were spread out, obviously in a position to try to go for a camp here, it completely turned around. Sure, they got emped, but they've lost 1 member. They've recovered the other 3, but the biggest issue is the fact that now Elevate is in front of them.
Gizera gets revived, but the blue has crossed in. It's only phase 1, but that's still a gradual chipping of your health bar that could impact fights. So... in Legacy, they want nothing more than Elevate to just leave. But then again, they're the ones that took the first shot, so it's kind of on them.
Yep, and a nice spray from Justice will find Gizera yet again. That's his second bleed. That nade should do the trick. Oh, not quite, but they need to get him up fast. He's bleeding out. RBN is just like, crawl, crawl. Nah, he's not going to get there in time. No, he's done.
Yeah.
Justice will
Crawling.
find that, and once again.
And the blue.
And second bleed, yeah.
And
now
second
Legacy
bleed,
just down to 2 once again, and it's not even the first phase close.
Why?
Man, this has got to be frustrating.
Why is there Sortitos here?
I think most of the teams thought the east side would be clean. And, man, Justice again! Just getting point after point elevate. Although they're in 14th, they are finding some early success here.
Yeah.
Both times, actually, with... seems to be Legacy. And so now the circle have shifted, putting... yeah, that split in working in silence is just money all the way.
Oh, yeah,
As Friendly Fire as well have found themselves in a nice position as well on the east side. Mutt, though, starting to encroach on their position, and RBN and LFP now have to try to survive.
Yeah, I mean, this area of Rondo, as we see Legacy trying to salvage here from Jadena City, this area of Rondo, it's hills, but they're wide. So in a way, you need to go for fights that feel very phase 6, phase 7, and like phase 4 or 5. So we could see some early game engagements for like planting the seeds of that spread control. And already Luna Galaxy crashing in onto Donkey Destroyers retreating away, giving them that space.
Yeah, and there's plenty to work with here, so there's no real reason for Donkey Destroyers to turn and commit to this. Theros, though, potentially dangerous, continuing to put damage out there and get early game frags, but Theros actually eating quite a few shots from Mince. Hunter should be able to be recovered here, as Lele also just taking some very wide, long-distance shots. And yeah, they should be able to recover here. Pico Bus is on its way, and yeah, this will be good for them.
The res.
Meanwhile,
they push.
Sortitos still struggling.
Yeah, I don't think they expected to have that knock from Justice hit them. But regardless, they were rotating in super late from the north. They found a position to the north of the garden, at least most of them. There is one straggler still out in the blue. Friendly Fire, they are, again, we've seen it before, anchoring, and that's not a bad thing.
Nope. It's a good position for them.
Yeah.
Because overall, they can cut off, they can cut off a lot of these rotations, hold these teams out on the edge, especially as this next shift happens, as long as they've scouted ahead to make sure they have something to play in a forward position. And they are aware of Mutt as well. You see all of them, or at least a few of them, looking in that direction. And more importantly, Friendly Fire still has 4 members alive. So we've seen kind of the issues for this team, especially in the last couple games, really start when their rotations into the circle are being cut by other teams. It was actually Mutt in the last game that kind of picked them apart. But Orion now with 3 members up, still looking to make something happen for themselves, as they're currently sitting in 16th place, and they see the vehicle stop. RJX live. Can't quite find the knock.
I guess PD have cover, or barely, because Monster gets a knock onto Theros. I don't know if that was their best decision for potentially dangerous, but then again, I don't know how many other positions there would be that's not a committal to the edge, and they just want to anchor in themselves. But look, man, Monster continues to provide a lot of damage value. Getting a couple of knocks, the rest of Wujuju looking to, I would say, just get rid of potentially dangerous. Fully eliminate them. Not even get a couple of knocks. They're in range that I think some grenades, if they run a touch out, maybe not. Maybe that's a bit too far.
It's a little risky, because you also have to realize Orion on the other side of this, right? So they also know that Orion's taking shots as this circle will shift far to the southwest. My goodness. Which again now puts Friendly Fire in a position where they know there's a team behind them, and if they haven't looked for something to play ahead, I mean, this could be another rotational issue for them, as it looks like Elevate opted to actually just take an emergency pickup, so they're going to be flying in as well. That's good timing. They'll be able to see the circle now with what options they might have. RGX Live now trying to take shots at PD, who have decided, as you were stating, that's not the greatest spot, so they're just going to try to move in. They find an okay dip.
It's an okay dip, and it's going to be avoiding a lot of the chaos that is likely going to occur on the edge here. Tony, Luna Galaxy runs into him. And Poster with a nice tear down. Slabby looking to respond, is able to get the trade. But like the pressure from potentially Dangerous. Oh no, Slabby with the team knock from the deployable cover.
That's actually devastating if you think about it. Kraken now, the last member of Luna Galaxy, knows that there's 2 knocked. He might just go for a res here. Yeah, why not? Oh, never mind. He's actually going to go for the kill. And they're on the back foot. It's not the worst decision to make. Slabby, though, trying to recover here with that deployable cover. He wants to get that res. The issue is Orion still taking shots on the backside of PD here.
Yeah.
Kraken now might want to just cut his losses and try to get him up. Smokes down. Yeah, that's going to be the play.
Everyone's sending it to the center, and it is a wide open center. Really pushing the limits of these ridges, these defilades. As we see Wuju2 and Ragers also fighting the southwest. Wuju2 did consolidate and push Ragers away from their southwest split.
Friendly Fire dealing with some issues now with Mutt. FCZ finds Shinboy and flushes him out right as, yeah, Friendly Fire have now taken a position just on the east edge, the very east edge of the circle, still having to deal with Mutt, but more importantly, working in silence might have angles on them now. Meanwhile, potentially Dangerous have recovered 3 members still alive. As we move to this position, Rats, it's Elevate that dropped on top of him. Justice, it's been so good so far today. Has to find the last 2 member of the Rats. They still have 4 kills to their name, though, so they're starting to make some headway. Look at that angle by Company Man, but the Spoon will find him. A quick double headshot to put the numbers in an even favor.
Good grenade to confirm it. These buildings, fighting through these little warehouse things, is very, very difficult. But the Spoon, the wrap around the side, Justice. Missed opportunity, but IQ is there. And Despoon's grenade didn't get a knock. That would have been the worst result of that. But now back into the 1v1, potentially Dangerous and Luna Galaxy. They have continued to fight over this, again, very, very vulnerable position. It was Orion that found all of those knocks at the end.
Yeah, Orion was just being a menace as Tomas finds a beautiful shot there on the Haze tent. Stopping the bleeding there for his team and getting Pat Caps up should be in the cards. This phase is starting to move, though, soon. So they need to get this res as fast as possible if they want to get Pat healthy and on his feet so they can get ready to move again, because they're still not in. This is on the outside edge of the circle. Fortunately for them, Hongshan, I should say, is quite open on the north side, and if they realize that, they have a position to play, and that actually will set them up somewhat for the end game. So we'll see if that's the decision they decide to make. 55, meanwhile, has been healthy this entire time. Of course, as I say that, Birkin's going to find Huagwin, and he's going to get shot in the side. That Pico bus is great cover, but not enough. Psycho, though, will trade to Moss.
And then Gildemo rushes forward, but Birkin is able to hold. Oh, okay, and then Batty Lil is going to find that. So a bunch of chaos again to the north, because while it might be open north of Hongshan, there's not a lot of cover. It's a slope down, so they're not going to get torn to shreds trying to find some place to hide up there, but it's going to be Plan Z.
Yep, Elevate has been doing their best to hold the south side of this city, and they've been doing a good job so far. 7 kills, 3 members alive, safe in the center of the circle. This is probably going to be one of their best opportunities here to soak up as many points as they possibly can.
Yeah.
As even a dub here would bring them within shooting distance of that 8th place spot, so it's still not out of the cards for them. Meanwhile, the Outlaws, a team who has back-to-back been just fragging out, getting 10 kills at least a game in the points, are in a good position, but just no opportunities really for any frags. And you know what? That's okay. I think they'll take this still.
Yeah.
4 members alive, a good position. They are holding this very wide 3-1 split, though, and I do worry a little bit about Curry.
Yeah, Curry, I don't mind it so much, because it's not like Curry is in a hyper-valuable spot. It's more so just to set some sort of crossfire up if there's an approach from the northwest, but there's a fight happening. Wuju2 and Sotito. And Sotito are eliminated. Just like that, Wuju2 still 4 up. And then here it is, that 3-1. This is to block Donkey Destroyers. The shots are coming out from the main force. Quite a bit of damage. We'll see if Curry can't respond with a knock, but I think at this point you don't want to overextend. You only want to reveal... Curry only wants to reveal their presence when it is like necessary or high value, and it's neither of those.
I think at this point, I mean, he just can't go down. There's no way they get him back up, and as long as they realize that they're rotating more towards the north side, Curry should make his way to the rest of his team, giving them the best opportunity to win this game. As Donkey Destroyers, like I said, they found that northern warehouse, and that thing's going to be free for them. As Gump actually still finds baddies somewhere in that distance. Page now and Pentalol, who have been dealing with shift after shift away from them. Initially with 4 up on the east edge, now having to contend with a full strong Wuju 2. And that's a map.
They still have 4 up. Wuju 2, only 2 kills. But Friendly Fire, they are the ones that... It is more valuable for them to win this fight than Wuju 2, because they're looking for an opportunity to confirm their qualification, and this game could easily be it. Cowboy has gone down. Pentala looking for another opportunity. They are not able to knock North Skiff. More grenades come out. But it's already down to 2, and they only have 1 kill. So, as you said, Godspeed, Friendly Fire needing to make big movements in this game. That's where it can fall apart for them. But Curry holds not from Donkey Destroyers, but from Legacy to the south.
And Legacy getting 1 point in this game. And in fact, their last games have just been kind of disasters simply because of not only Luna, but even that reverse camp that kind of cost them from Elevate. Now Orion has to hold against... Oh my goodness, the nade and the Panzer actually turn this into a 3v1. And the flushes are now coming out. They're getting shot from distance at Elevate, but man, what a good hold. What an explosive hold for Orion.
Yeah, but Wuju 2
Here
are
comes
here
Wuju
to
2.
follow up. And RJ with the hip fire, not able to find the knock that he was looking for, and so they do still get eliminated. It was a good hold, but it fell apart the second there was Wuju 2 knocking.
And great timing on Wuju 2 to realize that as soon as those knocks came out, they were already on their way to make sure that they could get the right timing, and sure enough, they did. 5 kills for Wuju 2, still 4 members alive. The jump, he expected it. Monster will take out Mince. Ragers will also fall just outside of the points.
Oh, yeah. Well, they knew. They knew Mince was there, 100%. I mean, I would say you should jump into corners like that because there is always a chance, but we know that you don't do that. That when you jump, you know they're there.
Plus, he had his teammate right behind for the trade, so, you know, even if he goes down, it was very well played. Wuju 2 just really starting to put everything together. As look at that shift. Oh, my, my, my. Nothing but a hill on the east, and the warehouse currently being occupied by Elevate, and then Mutt right above, and then 55 also with a small slice here of this circle.
But
Outlaws gonna have to make some big plays.
Yeah, I mean, Posa, but also working in Silence and Wuju 2. There are some very shallow dips here outside of Hengshan, and I would say go for them rather than go into the city itself. But Psycho trying to hold it down. Yes, wins the 1 versus 2 against Donkey Destroyers. So good hold there. Only 3 kills, but climbing up the placements.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't think working in Silence is going to send into the city, especially when they do have a small kind of hill ridge to work with, like you were talking about. A little bit of a defilade, as Post is really the only one that they need to worry about. Is Wuju 2 now actually starting to make their way onto this east edge as well, maybe wrapping this side. They see the vehicle. They have to expect, and I believe they do, that there's a member here of one of the teams. Which team, they probably aren't exactly sure, but can't be too many members, as they've now spotted working in Silence. Oh, the tires. Boys, the tires.
Yes. Take them out. Take the tires. Shoot them.
And you can see this area. There really isn't as much. Wrong tires, but still, you got tires.
Yeah. It's there's that one dip between Working in Silence and Wuju 2 and a couple of rocks, but Sneak Attack goes down to Company, man. That is not a good sign. I don't know if they can get Sneak picked back up, but for Outlaws, they don't care about that. They're looking for 55. They heard the shots. They know that there was another team here. We have a Panzer in play to entry.
This is kind of a gross crossfire, though, between Gubin and Psycho. I'm not sure Curry has been able to spot anything quite yet. Outlaws have managed to make their way into the west side of this compound here. This thing, the Panzer's going to go out. He doesn't find it. Gubin, Psycho finds one. Gubin finds one, but the trade from Nick now down to a 3-on-1, and sure enough, the Outlaws clean that one up. That got very hairy, though. It just came down to Gibble.
Yeah.
And they're going to be able to recover. Mutt, you have to imagine Mutt saw that kill feed, right? Maybe they go up and clean that. I mean, this is one of the opportunities for them to be proactive, as Nordskiff is just dismantling Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate were trying to be proactive down to the south, which could have worked, but they either didn't have the information on Nordskiff or were just unable to get that knock to allow them to cross that open area safely. IQ not able to support them at all. And yeah, NUT, I agree. I think they would want to go and clean that one up, but they are sitting in their warehouse. They don't want to have the potential of someone backfilling them if they were to go and charge up north. And they're still in the zone, but we'll see if that ends up biting them as Outlaws are back to 4 standing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, they had to have realized that, I mean, Outlaws was down to 1 player. They had the time. They had the time to go and kind of make a mess of that fight and clean that up, completely get rid of the team on their north side. And as you said, we'll see if that comes back to bite them. That may be a mistake for them. Shots now from Sneak Attack onto Working in Silence, who still find themselves just on the eastern edge of the circle with just the tiniest amount to play. Bosa, meanwhile, is painfully aware of that last player there from Luna and that destructible shield.
Yeah, it's not invincible. So Posa is trying to defend the shield, going for shots of their own, but does eventually go down. Top 5 now. Only 1 solo left. So this could be anyone's game outside of IQ. I think I'm comfortable saying that. You never know.
That's a bold statement, but yeah, I tend to agree with you there.
Yeah, I know. Hot take, guys. The 1 solo.
I said this might come back to bite FCZ, as did you, but I mean, if they can find knocks like this, it may not matter at all, as their position still holds to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest in this current circle. Smokeball's coming up, though. Outlaws looks like they might be starting to make some sort of a push. Nade's now coming out from Working in Silence, and the good thing about this for them is their fight is isolated completely. Another nade coming down, and it's going to find Sneak Attack as well. So now it's just down to Nordskiff to hold the line against Working in Silence, who have managed to survive here for about 2 circles. And the constant onslaught from Wuju 2. And yep, they're going to make the push, and I love this.
The Open, we'll see if this gets punished by MUT, but I don't think the... Oh, Nordskiff. Wait, Nordskiff was the first one to get the knock. Going for the second. Wait, hold on.
It's a real chance. Fauna now essentially in a 1v1. He's going to find it. They should be able to clean this up. IQ, unfortunately, nowhere near an opportunity to really take advantage of that. If he was closer, I'm sure he would have. But, I mean, just no opportunity there for him. So he's just going to continue to try to snake in. As now it comes down to this fight. This is actually a very pivotal fight here between the Outlaws and Mutt. 3v3. And Mutt with all the advantage.
Yeah. Who will have the pleasure of fighting Working in Silence for the win?
Nasty.
Oh yeah, this is Outlaws. They're gonna have to run forward. They've already used a lot of smokes. They're gonna have to set up yet a second smoke wall, and it's being deployed. But as are the counter grenades, FCZ with a knock onto Jibble. But Trisk, a trade. Don't know how Nick got that car to blow up, but a knock's a knock.
You take those. It's down to a 2-on-2. Again, I wonder, though, are they ready for this angle that T-Plens has? He's throwing multiple nades. Those probably are going to be good enough to do Some damage. Nick, though, has made it. Oh, that again, the nade from T-Plants. Nick and Gump, though, have made it onto the base of this building. Are they expecting that from T-Plants? It looks like Gump is looking up. They managed to recover one. And Gump. IQ, though, is starting to hear this. You see this, the trades go back and forth. Still a 2-on-1 in favor of Mutt.
It's not just IQ. Working in silence are also pushing forward and looking for the full win confirmation. Annihilation by MUT. IQ is still alive. 3rd place. The question is, can IQ get any kills? Because working in silence, I feel comfortable saying they're going to be able to win this game. They have a spread.
Yeah.
MUT, they're going to have 3 up. They're going to be coming in from one set little squeezy position, all flowing out. Not at the same time necessarily, but the same angle.
Yeah, working in silence, I mean, they have complete control of the circle. They have center dot. This is going to be a tough ask here from Mutt. Still possible if they can find a knock or two here or there. As long as they don't get backstabbed by IQ, who Solds is looking for, is probably thinking it's the 4th member of their team or a solo. Still not able to find it. As we see T-Plant still trying to find angles through that upper window there of that warehouse. But yeah, this is going to be a tall order here for Mutt to be able to accomplish. Is the spread from working in silence is looking very good. Fauna finds that, decides the better of peeking that yet again. And the blue, though, is actually going to push Fauna out here if he's not too careful. Yep.
Yeah, T-Plant's pulled away from the angle, and now Fauna, recognizing that opening, is going to take advantage of it. They're going to exploit it. IQ prone to down with the Groza, confirms the knock. 5 kills, and this is a Panzer, but shot in the back. And that's
he gets the kill.
That's it. IQ denies and gets the kill in one left click with the Panzerfaust.
That means he also secured 2nd place, if I'm not mistaken. So what a salvage there from IQ. And that actually puts Elevate within earshot of making the top 8. So today is turning things around. Even when we look at this bridge camp, Steve, that was supposed to be in favor of Legacy, Elevate said, nah. It ain't going to go down like that.
Again, though, this is one of those things where I'm like, I love seeing moments of brilliance. Why did you guys wait so long? But yes, the bridge camp was hot. This is the 2nd game day in a row that Rondo has been a blast and given us a unique ending as we got to hang out at Hongshan for a little while. Cameron, do you play a lot near Hongshan, or is that like a new area for you? I'm not super familiar with it.
Oh, my favorite drop spot.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
What do you mean? I've dropped here with you multiple times. What do you...
Oh, I guess I didn't remember this spot particularly. No, I have dropped here. I don't like fighting there. I've never fought a final endgame there, and so that was fascinating to watch.
Right, yeah. It's not, there's a lot of loot, but the fact that it's kind of spread into 4 quadrants, we saw that impact the way that teams would approach and kind of bound through one position into the next, and then eventually tried to get out, but as we see here, working in silence, we're able to kind of hamstring them, clothesline them on the leave, and they get the win.
So, yeah, it was a good win. Not a great transition on my part. I'll be honest, I was talking about rice with the chat when you pulled me in onto the highlights. And they were making fun of me for never having washed my rice until 5 years ago. But I'll tell you who's not washed. Yeah, I didn't know that. No one ever told me. I just ate it out of the bag. I thought that was normal.
Oh, dear Lord, Steve.
Right? And then I washed it 5 years ago, and now I'm like, oh my gosh, rice is like totally better. That's so cool. Anyway, working in silence is not washed. They're doing really good as they continue to climb the leaderboards. Potentially dangerous, looking great. But let's talk about the cutoff with 2 games left, gentlemen. Friendly Fire drops down even farther because working in silence had such a good game. The Outlaws climb over the cut line. Legacy to 56 is stressful. And it is getting very, very tight in there. It is a wicked tight race down to 51. We're going to take actually not take a break yet. Let's talk about how close this is. Cameron, I gave it to you to kind of wrap up the breakage. Let's talk Godspeed this time. Talking about how close this is Elevate. Like you said, they fought well on that bridge, but 44 feels like a bridge too far.
They're only 12 points behind the cutoff, and you also have to remember the next map is a wrangle, right? Which means that Luna is probably in a much better position to actually hunt them down if they don't take an alternate drop, which is what we saw on Miramar. So, and even on Tego when they were on the east side. So I'm really curious to see how that one's going to play out, if they're going to actually stop Legacy from qualifying. And I'm still kind of thinking about what Cameron and I were talking about with Mutt. If they got rid of Outlaws earlier, they probably could have flexed on that ridge line much sooner and actually taken the fight to working in silence rather than getting stuck in that warehouse themselves. So
it felt like they both knew they were on the cusp though, and were playing a little tentative on those pushes because of it. When you know you're up against a team that's also on that break line, you just don't want to give them anything. That said, we're gonna take a very quick break. When we come back, we've got the last 2 games. We're headed to a wrangle. Wash your rice, otherwise it's very starchy. And come back after this break.
Unbelievable.
PUBG.
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
Okay.
Oh.
Howdy, partner.
Acho que é só.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes.
Welcome back to PAS PUBG Americas Series 4, where we ask the hard questions. Cameron.
What?
Godspeed. Do you cook your hot dogs by boiling them in water?
Microwave.
microwave? How do you cook your hot
If
dogs,
I can-
Godspeed?
If I can, I like to, get them a little sear in the pan, a grill. That's how I prefer. But if I don't have time, if I'm just trying to eat something quick, I'm with Cammy. Just microwave.
Stab it
I mean,
with
they're
a fork
pre-
a couple of times. Toss them in.
They're pre-cooked, so you can't really go wrong. But yes, people do boil them. Doesn't make it taste any worse. Sorry, that was a conversation we're having with Twitch chat, but I like to microwave them as well, unless I'm making mac and cheese and I boil them in the same water with the noodles. But that's all, neither here nor there. Because you got to have hot dogs in your mac and cheese, just like you got to get chicken when your back is against the wall. There's only 2 games left for our teams to play as they look to make that top 8 cutoff, and it is getting very tight in the midsection, much like some of my shirts. Some of these teams, I don't think, are taking care of themselves the way that they need to. They need to find... I'll let you guys giggle that one out. They need to find a reason to win, and they need to do it now. The race is on, and they need to button this thing down. So let's talk about those numbers. The cutoffs as they stand right now as we go into game number 1. The plane is to the north. That stinks for all the South teams, but I don't care about them right now. All that matters is the teams on the cutoff. 7th place, the Outlaws, 59. 8th place, Legacy, 56. That's the cutoff. 9 is 55 Esports with, ironically, 55 points. MUT at 51, and then Elevate all the way at 44. If you're Elevate or Bonde de Gallo, this is the game where you need to pick up at least 12 points. So watch for them to do something. As far as MUT goes, though, Godspeed, this is a team that I have been... How do I say I don't want to say pleasantly surprised, but enjoying sort of watching their journey in this event.
Yeah, well, like we said yesterday, they were much more aggressive than they were during the group stages, and this lobby does allow for that. And, maybe you were right when you were talking about the hesitance from the last game. They're like, you know what? We're in a good position, which they were. Why not wait for that fight with the Outlaws instead of maybe risking another team backfilling or pushing in? So I think they just want to qualify so bad that they also don't want to make any unnecessary mistakes. They are within earshot, like you were saying, and Elevate as well, man. Elevate have had a small glow up today, catching up and actually putting themselves in a position to qualify as well. So we'll see. This is going to be an Eastern Circle centered on Yaz, and at least for Mutt, they have kind of the pick of the litter here once they're done looting.
Nice. I think they will. And this is, again, a wrangle, right? Everything's a little slower here at the start of a wrangle. And I will say I'm going to let you guys set us up as we head into our last 2 matches of the day and leave you with the hard-hitting answers to those questions I know you guys have. My favorite brand is Hebrew National, and I don't like them with ketchup. Make them Chicago style or get them the heck out of here. Now, I'm going to go cook my hot dog on my laptop because your guys' copy pasta is killing me over here. Be back in a few minutes. 2 more games to play. LCQ. This is it. Cameron Davis, Godspeed. Take it away.
Hebrew Nationals are solid. It's a good dog right there. It's not bad.
+1 on the Chicago style.
I like ketchup, but I've also had Chicago style. I think it's all good. There's no reason to discriminate here. Steven.
There is not a single bad hot dog. Do we want to go that far?
I'm sure there's... I actually like mayo on my hot dog, too. You call me crazy, but I think mayo and a hot dog bun. Maybe I'm crazy.
What else? It
maybe
can't be just mayo.
Well, no, a little mayo, some sauerkraut, maybe a little ketchup in there. Just, I like mustard as well. Not necessarily with that combination, but I like a lot. I'm not a picky eater. So
yeah.
That's just where I'm gonna...
You're almost describing like a Reuben hot dog.
Yeah, kind of. I like Reubens.
Huh.
They're pretty delicious.
Pretty
delish.
delicious. In a hot dog form I've never had. I'll have to try. Anyway, so the game. PUBG, yes. What we're all here for. That was a very far east, some would say aggressively north phase 155. They're going to have a clean, maybe not clean, but direct rotation through the north, through Severny. But it's not a water split, but there is going to be the question on the back of everyone's mind, Stahlberg. Or do we go to Yasnaya? There are a couple of pitfalls in this first circle.
Also, I mean, Steve was saying that Wrangle, is usually slow in the end of the game, and he would be right, but I'd say the last 6 months, even some of our major lands like PGS, Wrangle has actually been a bloodbath early. This is probably one of the slower starts to Wrangle we've had in a while. So overall, Wrangle it's been really fun, kind of seeing it switch up from it being the map that everyone knows, the map that takes a while for things to kind of set up and for the action to start, to kind of a blast right from the beginning, but you can see on the map, Luna is already taking shots at Trisk as they start to rotate in from the west edge of the circle, right under actually potentially dangerous. So that's going to be a factor to look in. We also have a very wide split from Sortitos currently on the east side coming out of Lipovka.
Yeah, and now MUT Trisk is setting up a shepherding position in the center of the zone or close to it, while the rest of the team finishes their loot and can come join on up. There's always the risk, if you're a solo player, of getting crashed by a full squad. Like we do see Luna Galaxy off in the distance, as they are, as you say, playing footsies with potentially dangerous. But I think in the early game, it's before 5 minutes. I think the timing on MUT with this is good. And they're even bounding further north to go to those. Do we still call them yellows?
They're yellows. They're still
They're
yellows.
yellows. There always will be yellows.
They're always going to be yellows, even though they're a tinge of what, turquoise, green now, whatever color they are now.
I call them teal, but
yeah, they're still yellows. I think the players still call them yellows too. So that's what I'm going to stick with. So we have a 2-2 split actually here, yeah, with Mutt deciding to split these in the yellows. Somewhat problematic maybe if they're crashed, as the other duo cannot support this at all. But Mutt have actually done a fairly good job of holding these splits, and more importantly, holding these positions that they've been crashed on. So I am starting to build faith in this team.
We did see Cerberus scout way far ahead of the rest of Donkey Destroyers. And we've seen Cerberus get punished for overextending before. But I do wonder if they found the information about this MUT split and Luna Galaxy also approaching. So maybe this split will, in fact, get punished as... I don't know. I think the Sharks are smelling blood in the water.
One thing to kind of note here with Legacy is, I mean, you have to remember, this is the team that was at PGS 3 and 4. I mean, this is a team that qualified for a LAN, played in 2 LANs back-to-back. Their results there were disappointing, but to have the pressure right now to be in 8th place with a team only 1 point behind you and multiple teams within striking distance, I just hope that doesn't kind of get in their head too much and cause them to play way too safe and then eventually just kind of have their back against the wall, right? And because we've seen that so many times in the past over the years. And Luna Galaxy, I think, also putting a lot of stress on that team initially in those first games today.
Looking at Luna now, I don't know if this was intentional, but they almost baited MUT to leave the split and then take the northern position. But fortunately, MUT were able to get back into that. So Luna Galaxy driving in circles, gonna find an open building, but 55 are collapsing at the same time. So this could be an early fight. And for Luna Galaxy, they're in, right? They're qualified. 55 are not. So they need to make the decision to commit to this fight, get 4 kills, or to bail and try and find a better, safer fight later on this game.
Yeah, oh, that angle. Oh!
Oh! Hello?
I didn't see him? No, he didn't. Oh, the shots, though. Yeah, that was a mistake from post size. He's going to get bailed out. The molly is beautiful. That should knock him. That should be an easy knock, actually. Yep, he's going to find that one. And as you said, 55, we're actually in the top 8. They've slid down now to 9th. So they need to get this fight. They need to close out Luna Galaxy, who, again, have nothing to lose here.
Osa is basically dead, but Kraken and... yeah, Kraken swinging around. The angle almost gets a knock on Hyogwin. The follow-up Molly, I don't think that will do enough, and 55 are rotating in from the west side, the western wrap, and so I think Luna, they're going to bail. They're going to back away. Going back to the Haven, who has been anchoring from Volcano this entire engagement through MUT into 55, and while they might have lost a tire, I think they are... nope. Okay. Right. They're good. Sorry, I saw the U-turn and got a bit shocked. But, okay.
But great job from 55 to stave off that push. And they managed to keep 4 members alive, and not only that, they get a point. So that's got to be a nice little confidence builder for them, as they're also in a nice spot to rotate out of Cowboy. Look at this. Sitting in the observatory itself. I don't think I've ever seen someone sit there.
No, but I'm not surprised that it's Cowboy that has the tech to get
Fair.
up there.
Fair.
That could be devastating to Bonje de Gallo, and of course, it's Bonje because again, those teams always run
Yep,
into each other.
Wushu 2 and Bonje.
And the same way that I feel like Ragers and Friendly Fire do as well. At the very least, they started off today with the hot drop. So perhaps revenge is on the card for Ragers.
Well, they started that hot drop with 3, right? This time they have 4 members. Again, little
Yep.
Lele, glad to see them able to actually join this lobby and finish out these rounds with Ragers as a 4-man. But, oh, this is such a cheeky angle from Cowboy, and he decides actually not to. Oh, what the hell is that?
I don't know. It's Erangel. We have to have water. Oh,
Oh,
what?
pied him!
How? They were aware of that. That is, I mean, listen.
That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that is unexpected but impressive from Pydem. Just snatching Cowboy out of that observatory. Hazel now has to be careful. That's the knock. Gats will find him. Gats has been on fire today. And Rat's now pinning down Orion. 2 nades coming in. That might explode on the vehicle. No. But Hazel is flushed. And a trade with the nades. This is a mess, Cameron.
No. Finna almost down, still alive, proning down. I think Sortitos are going to have a follow-up angle, but that is a grenade directly on Finna by Red Rider. But I mean, we were shocked when we saw this circle. These players are rotating around. I don't want to say like they don't know what they're doing, but there isn't a lot to go for. And so I think these players, these teams just sent it to find one of the few hilltops available, and they're running into each other. They're forced to fight. And
Yeah.
Sortitos are looking to clean up. They're not in this. They're just third-partying from a distance where Orion and Rats are. It's not looking great for either squad.
And I highly doubt, as you were saying, that these guys like meant to do this. It's just the rotations because of the circle kind of funneled them into each other. Now Despoon, the last member here for Rats, huddled behind this bunker. And it's been a long, long time since I've seen a circle come this far to the east above Lipovka. I mean, we used to get these quite a bit back in the day, but yeah, it's been a minute since we've been here. And these circles, if you're not set up, can be hell to play. So now Despoon trying to get any points that he can, and Orion just, at this point, just, I guess, trying to finish as strong as they can. Qualification likely not in the cards for them.
Wait a second. That is not a 5th member of Legacy. What is Slabby doing there? Potentially dangerous. I miss that they lost all those players. But now Legacy, they are in a great position off of this shift. They almost got a kill onto Elevate if it wasn't stolen, but they're going to have to push to the west eventually with the phase 4 shift. Going to eventually get rid of water. But they don't have to be involved in all of this that we see from Orion, from all of the other teams that are making their way from Yasnaya.
And a huge opportunity here for Legacy. This has actually been the best position they've been in all day. And so you have to imagine that they want to capitalize on this as much as possible. Is still good on Orion to keep 3 members up. Still Despoon, the last member alive. He's going to find shots onto Babbler. That's going to be a knock for him. But the other members are coming down on the vehicle. He has to be careful. There's no way that Despoon will get all 3 members down. What a play from him.
Wild, insane. Orion thought they had this fight on lock, but they just cannot. They can't buy a win at this point, it feels, Orion.
No, I mean, in a 3-on-1 situation, even when he went down, that vehicle coming through, Despoon just cleanly plucking both the last members out of that vehicle and will save the team. And again, Legacy, they might have a decision to make here, though. Consolidation might be their best play, especially with the central position of that flat top compound. We currently see RBN and Gizera in.
Yeah.
I think,
More so,
and they are. They should consolidate here.
It's not just the split and that being in the center. It's also Elevate and Slabby kind of cutting in between them. So get rid of that potential future divide now while you can, and it's confirming in arguably the best. It's going to be in the zone for him, while everyone else still is fighting for some leg to stand on. Shimboy crashes in onto working in silence. Gets knocked aside by their own teammate.
He's going for it. Souls will find one. Half HP now. Trying to chase in the bathroom. He hears the nade. Nade's going to go out. Solzo, he's going to open that door. That molly actually might be enough. And it's going to get the knock. Friendly fire is out. But look at this. Mutt comes in behind. And they clean that one up. Beautiful timing from Ultimo Tiro.
That was so easy. MUT roll up and they see one player
easy.
left. They get the kill, and now they have great real estate. It's on the edge, but we know that the circle can only go so far east at this point because of the water. And now Elevate, they're trying to make their way back the other direction, going towards north through Donkey Destroyers. Get a run over knock there, but it's Company Man the last one up. I believe that is the case. Tumas is surely going to get this kill eventually. There. Oh, Northskip gets it. Okay.
And Luna now in a lot of trouble, still against the Spoon, doing a considerable amount of damage to all these teams. Luna just left with 2. Vinny and Kraken, as he finally is taken out. Meanwhile, the Outlaws on the edge of the circle, all the way on the south side. And Outlaws, where are they currently sitting at? They're actually in 7th now, so they've made it up into the top 8. Good on them. What a day for Outlaws.
Yeah, can they hold, though? It is still very close. But with Friendly Fire out, this gives them the opportunity, as well as 55 and Legacy, to have a good game here, overtake them, and have another team as a buffer.
Bonjay looking for Tumas. That should be an easy knock. Hazeton will find it, no problem. With Batty Lull, realistically, one of 2 only members left alive for Donkey Destroyers. Their troubles continue. Now Wujitu with an opportunity here. They're actually pushing towards 55. They hear the shots. They probably have an inkling that there is a team here on their western edge. You currently see Sneak Attack holding that anchor position in one of the better parts of the circle for them, and there's actually going to be a split there. Nordskiff is going to go with them. Monster now is going to be looking for these angles, looking for a couple extra kills. Not even that Wujitu needed, but this is actually what I really like to see, the fact that they're still being proactive, especially with the space and the cushion that they have. And look at that shift.
I know, that went more south than I was expecting. But hey, it's all the water is removed, so it's fair. Fair is fair, right? So now Sortitos are suddenly looking strong. Mint goes down to the blue. 55 is looking for them. But as you say, Wujitu creeping up. 55 are not aware at all. Monster will take that any day.
And I love the confidence that Monster and Wujitu are playing with. Even, cushion aside, just getting proactive, putting him on that angle early, and just making sure that they're scooping up any kills that realistically are given to them. And that was a gimme, but still nice shots landed by Monster. Mintz will go down, and he'll be flushed. Ragers now in a lot of trouble. Hunter and Little Lele just trying to make it into the circle right behind Wujitu. And it is possible, actually, that Wujitu doesn't know about this position from the Ragers.
Yeah, we could see Hunter or Lele, even for them being further away, get a backstab knock onto 55. They're now trying to just bail, send it to the center. They find an open shack.
Oh, I've seen this movie before.
I'm not...
Getting stuck here is less than ideal, we'll say, is Hazeton now in a less than ideal situation. Cerberus going to pick him up. It's a knock, and now it's just... Batty Low going to get the spray as well. 1 member left of Bonge de Gale.
Going for a drive-by.
2 members. 2 members.
Yeah, but 1 vehicle, and so the shots should be landing. Protesting something.
Oh, they're driving right. Yeah, that is unlucky, as we say in the business. Bonge de Gale is down. 4 kills on the side of Donkey Destroyers. And you know what, Cameron? Here's their start. This is where they qualify, right here.
The comeback of the century. They only need too many points.
Yeah. The more interesting thing for me is Legacy has actually fallen. They're in 9th place now. And Outlaws in a good position. 55, not so much. We saw that duo go to that kind of half-open shack. But Mutt also right behind them on the edge. Okay, so even though the position for them is good, it's not that safe yet.
yeah, it's not safe yet, but they're in a position that they haven't had any kills so far. 55 overtook them because of the 2 kill points. But Legacy, unless we see a hard dip to the south here, should be able to play into a top 4 minimum finish now. But Wujutu swinging around the north.
Let's just shift south, and it does. It cuts out Legacy.
Oh no. Okay, I jinxed them. That's on me.
How
My bad, guys.
about you?
My bad.
You dirty caster. You filthy man. You actually cursed them. Now they will have something to play just on their north edge, but it's not great.
No. So now is where they need to go, like, level back up to the Legacy that we saw in the beginning of the year, cleaning up these fights. Not just Gizera, but the entire team putting in the work. We have the threats of Wujutu to the north. We have MUT here that are going to be coming in from the northwest. Everyone's going to be putting pressure on Certitos. But I don't know what the best course of action is. It's just a flat field with trees.
It's not good at all. And the other thing as well is if Mud actually decide to rotate earlier, if they do go towards that north side, which they actually might opt for the west, they're going to be in a position to actually hold out and ruin Legacy's game here. So another very important point that you brought up is Legacy doesn't have any kills at all. Yeah, they're 4 alive, but they still have to make this rotation in. Wujutu on their east side is now starting to rotate around them towards that hill.
Oh.
And we also see Luna on that side as well.
But MUT, they're crashing the Outlaws. They're able to make it to the wall, and they have a couple of dips to play out of from the mansion forest. Or not dips, but ridges and pieces of cover. But Curry has a nice little off angle.
Yeah, even still, this is a difficult place to crash and also hold. The first aid will go out. Gibble will find it. The knock trade. There it is. Nick will go down. Tris will find that one. Down to a 3-on-3 here.
Oh, and another grenade by Gibble. Trisk is eliminated. T-Plants could go for the revives. Just tossing a quick grenade over the wall in case there's a rat hiding below there. But Curry is now pushing forward.
Yeah, and Mutt, with a good recovery here, they will be able to pick up those other 2 members. Curry, as you said, holding in the Outlaws. Still 3 members alive for the Outlaws. As he's holding this outer wall here. As the smokes have also come in, so now this is still a precarious position for Mayota Motiro.
Curry, maybe I'm projecting, but I think he was considering going to one of those trees or the rock while they knew the revives were happening. But the timing has now been lost, and Nick is still bleeding out. So they're waiting for the blue to push MUT into doing something else, another exposure that they can get a follow-up knock on. But MUT are playing it close to the chest.
Yeah, they're not giving up too much. They also realize that this is not the easiest place to push. Meanwhile, Certito have actually flexed out to get these kills. I love that from them. Why not just get rid of the team closest to you? And still, that puts pressure onto Legacy, who have found a way in. Still kind of playing the last base of that eastern hill that they're on. And fortunately for them, it looks like Wujutu and Luna might fight. Meanwhile, the Outlaws still holding this outer wall, though they weren't aware of Curry. That nade will land on top. And FCZ is done for. Goes for another peek here. Curry with just such a strong anchor position, but he cannot go down.
Yeah. Avoids the molly. Good play. Again, playing his life. They have MUT locked in. The blue is going to overtake them first.
They do. Oh, that probe was so dangerous.
Yeah, that was a bit much. A bit much.
Meanwhile, off in the distance, Legacy's RBN was able to find Monster. That third-party fight between them and Luna. Mug's still here, trying to push in, and Outlaws still have to be careful because for the time being, their members are slightly healthier than that of the Outlaws. Starting to push around this 2-story red. Gibble now just down to a 2-on-2. It's going to be Gibble and Gump. And Certito's starting to get involved in this fight, taking shots on the backside of it, opening windows here for Mutt, and that's going to be a clean pickup there. Just Gibble left.
Yeah, Outlaws
are... Go ahead.
No, Outlaws, they... Such a good team when they're on the push, when they're the aggressive ones. but they gave MUT a lot of openings in this fight, and I mean MUT are taking it. Why wouldn't they? Smoking up the stairwell, a flash coming in for the push. And there it is.
Nicely done.
Easy follow up. Pretty straightforward finish just before the blue. 8 kills for MUT. They're in the top 8. They've overtaken Outlaws as well as 55.
Not only that, but look at Ludo. There is a member knocked here of Legacy, and Vinny sees that. He's going to put up some cover, still in the circle. And he's looking for the angle here. He's trying to find up. He's taking a few shots that will miss. Blue zone grenade going out. He has an idea of LFP is. Gizera still down. And Mutt is just dead.
Oh. They denied. It's earlier than we expect.
Smart.
But really good denial. So Cheetos could have picked those kills
It's
up.
pretty smart.
But they knew Legacy were in the mix. And that is
Yes.
something that they're neck and neck with. So ultimately, considering they'd be running in with the blue right at their back, I think it's a good decision.
I agree. I don't hate that at all. Smart to deny all. And that's 3 points as well. I mean, yeah, it gives Legacy some placements, but better than giving them and Sortito more points overall. So not a bad decision for them, as Sortito has been in this compound holding for a while. And, you know, they have been flexing out. They've been trying to find some aggression where they can, and they've been proactive. So far, even though they only have 3 kills, I like what we've seen from them. The question is Legacy going to win this game? It's a 4-on-3, and then the solo in Luna. And a P90 is in play for Laucha.
Yep, the P90. It might be the P90, not the tiebreaker, but the P90 effect of winning the game. Not to mention they have Corp up, and Vidi currently has his sights set on Legacy, because why wouldn't they? Vidi's win condition isn't even to get the win. It is to eliminate Legacy. But Legacy, they're pulling away. They're trying to 3v1 this.
Oh, that's big. 2 members down. Cameron is just down to RBN. Can he find it? Oh, the peak so clean from Vidi. Trying to stay alive. This is the difference between 5 or 6 points here.
Yeah. And Sortito as well. They're not going to let anyone finish this up. Vinny is going to confirm those kills, gets another one, and then goes down. So very, very low kill win for Sortito. But, I mean, after this win, do we put them in the conversation? We only have 1 round left, so probably not.
I mean, they're 20 points behind still, I think, even after that win. But the important thing for the teams that were chasing that cusp, like Mutt, like 55, is Legacy, even though they got 3rd place, they only came out of that game with about 7 points, which means that cutoff is still within reason for some of the teams to pass them up. Legacy cannot have a bad game. Neither can Mutt or 55. And man, of course, in classic last chance qualifier fashion, Steve, it is going to come down to the very last game.
It was beautiful to watch that end game. I really loved watching Mutt versus Outlaws, right? That whole fight, the way that Curvy held that position. I thought his stall was going to last long enough, but it came down to MUT showing insane discipline. They've grown so much. They got the knocks. They didn't go after the flushes. They stayed as a group. They cleared every freaking room as at least a 2-man layer push. They never let go of the fundamentals. And then they denied. And you're right. They denied at the right time. The chat, I think, is going to give them a hard time about this. But here's what happens. They saw Sortito get a knock during that fight, right? So they know it's not Legacy next to them. But they also know if they choose to push in or they do anything, Sortito has to fight them. If they deny themselves, they don't gain anything, but they're not going to lose more than they would have lost. But now Sortito turns their attention to Legacy, and Legacy was caught in a Luna Sortito sandwich. And because of that, they never stood a chance. I genuinely think that deny was 100%, you know what? Let's let that 4-man focus on Legacy and hopefully hold them off the win, because we don't catch them if they win. Like, that's what we need to do. And I think that was a really, really smart play by them. Let's look at this. I've said my piece. Let's look at the cutoff. Start bringing it down, Godspeed.
Yeah, the cutoff is incredibly close. Outlaws once again find themselves on the right side. They were in I think 8th or 7th for the time being, but look at this, 55-58. You have the Outlaws with 63, tied with Mutt, and then Legacy is only 2 points ahead of them. Even Friendly Fire now have to be incredibly careful, because they are now within threat, especially if the teams underneath are surging to not qualify for grand finals. This is a dream last chance.
It really is.
For
It is
us, not for them.
Well, it is, but it's also interesting because normally, Cameron, I feel like we have a talk about like, okay, here's the chasers, right? Like there's a bunch of people who are trying to make the move. Really, this is about 55 theoretically could have a banger of a game. Outlaws for sure going to put up some points. And it's almost a battle from 6th to 8th to just not be the one that messes up, right? Because it's so close that if any one of those teams drops a point or the ball or gets picked off early, easy pass by the Outlaws. So in a weird way, it's not even about the Outlaws doing amazing. It's about these 3 teams, which of us doesn't F up? And that, to me, is the scariest thing.
Oh, man.
Because when that happens, Cameron, that's when I feel them play passive. Step on the back foot. Maybe not want to be the one that makes the mistake, and I worry about those teams.
I mean, we've said this from the very beginning of competitive PUBG. When you're on a risk point, whether it's confirming the win of the event at the final round, or in this case, qualifying, you cannot play safe. That is the easiest way to throw your whole game.
Never hold a goalie. Not when it comes to PUBG. Guys, we got one more game to play. The race is tight. Who will advance to the grand finals? Top 8 is everything, and it is pretty wild right now to see who advances. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Shazam!
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Follow my lead! Shut up! You can't even run properly! What the?
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Welcome back. It's the PUBG Americas Series. My name's Toffees. I got Cameron Davis, the Cameron Davis, and Godspeed here to bring you all of the actions. We get into our final game of the day. And it's going to be an awesome one. We're going to have fun. I brought my fidget spinner of the day with me. It wasn't that bad. It was fine. I brought a distraction afterwards. All right, so we're going to get into the last game.
That's not a fidget spinner, brother.
Is it awesome, though? I mean, look, it's just forever. It just never
Why
stops.
do you have that?
I don't know what that is, but I wouldn't call it a fidget spinner.
Real talk is because I have woodpeckers, and it scares the woodpeckers away if you hang them on the side of your house. It sparkles. The woodpeckers are eating my house because I think I might have termites, and it's going to cost me a fortune. Just like it'll cost 55, possibly, a fortune, and the outsiders if they don't go out there and do what they need to do. If they don't get this win at this particular moment, okay? Because they have left it too long, Godspeed. They've left it too long, and I'm scared. One of two things happens. Two things happens here. It's an amazing game with a race to the bitter end, or those two teams die in the first 15 seconds, and I get to listen to you two Phil for the next 40 minutes.
No.
I'm really hoping for the first thing. That's what I'm hoping for. Cameron?
Yeah.
Is this going to be the best game of PUBG in history?
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Okay,
but there is a lot on the line. There are the stakes, a lot of them. Usually at the final game of a series, you never know who's playing for what. Here, there's a lot available. So, like, maybe not the best ever, but could be exciting. And it's a amazing, even default lane path to start things off.
Yeah. I mean, I hope that these teams bring the house down around us. It's an amazing plane path. It's down the middle. It's one of those things where it's like, you could not ask for a better sort of finish where everything is in play. That said, when it shifts down to a military circle, I'm going to cry inside. But I want to go over the numbers one more time as we get ready to head out of here. Last game of the night, for those of you who are just joining us, you got here at the right time. Top 8 teams advanced, bottom 8 teams go home. And they don't just go home, Godspeed. They go home possibly till April in terms of their ability to play at the highest level. So there is a lot of stress that goes into this for teams like Legacy specifically, who have a lot of expectations on them.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, the break after this, if you don't qualify for the grand finals, is miserable. I mean, let's just call it what it is. It's miserable. And so this will be another good circle here for Legacy, the team we're talking about, but also could be a good circle here for Friendly Fire, who is just on the east side gas station of that bridge, which is next to Yasnaya. And I mean, this is make or break. Like you said, this is make or break for multiple teams.
Yep. And so for you guys at home, you'll be able to follow along on the scoreboard, but we will remind you the Outlaws are at 63 in 9th place. 55 is 58 in 10th place. And there's a big drop off below that. The cut at 8 is 63, 65, and 66 with Mutt, Legacy, and Friendly Fire. So that means that those teams from 6 to 8 have the onus of not messing up early. Let's see what their choices are. Looks like a lot of safe drops. Looks like some big spreads. I'll turn it over to you, gentlemen. Take us home. Last game of the LCQ. After this, we know who the 16 teams in the grand final are. It's your casters, the G's. Godspeed. And the Cameron Davis. Actually, it's not a G. It's just Cameron Davis.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah, where was the G there?
Well, because you're like, you guys are like the G's. Anyway, it was stupid.
Okay.
Bye.
We'll workshop it.
Okay.
We'll workshop it. It's LCQ. It'll be good. It'll be good by the finals.
Yeah, exactly.
Me, like Legacy, will be better in the finals. See ya.
And that's a very early E pickup, by the way. Who called that? Actually, was it Rats? It might have been the Rats. Yeah, I think the Rats called this E pickup. Are they even gonna have enough loot? It doesn't even look like they're all within range. Maybe actually they're probably just gonna send one. They're just gonna send one. He's gonna go scout out, see what's north. Yeah.
So you should have the map open to know what Godspeed is talking about. We are following along Mutt right now as they loot up around Prison Shelter, but Rats are the circle is all the way to the north. Rats are looting up to the west of Farm, so having a solo player get on an E pickup and try and land to the north around the crashed plane early is going to be valuable. Legacy, I circled it on the map. Luna Galaxy tried to drop them at Milta, but Legacy pulled away. They went to the north of Stalber. They're going to be scattered in their looting, kind of scavenged in getting the gear necessary. In fact, G0 still doesn't have a backpack. Just now picked it up, but missing a helmet, etc. but they're not that far from Circle 1. So we'll see how they play it out. It sucks for Legacy, though, because they made a good adjustment, but this is going to slow down their early game, and who knows what opportunities are going to be available for them to get the points, whether it's kill points or placement points, to guarantee that they qualify, because, yeah, they're in 7th, but those points, very, very close.
True, but the Circle did do them a favor, right? So that's their kind of saving grace. But yeah, I mean, they're going to have to take a little more time. Fortunately for them, they did also opt in a wise decision to loot as far away from the plane path as possible, basically, right? All the way on the east side, all the way on the northeast side at Stalber, where they know there's not going to be any of the teams. They're able to watch the plane. And that, yeah, as you stated, I mean, Luna was still hunting them, man. And why not? That is a team that you do not want to have to contend with in the grand finals.
Yep.
And so they tried. They really did try. And, I mean, they did. Oh, what is happening here? Oh, not today. Not today, sir. RJX Live will turn that one around, but Loli will get the trade. And meanwhile, Robert will also find Red Rider. And so now it's just down to Babbler, as well as his teammate, RJX.
Well, RJ is now down, but Babbler, the raid boss of Orion. But where is Babbler? All the way off in the distance.
Oh, he's actually got on this angle. Probably hears and sees Robert. Sortitos, I was going to say, with maybe an opportunity to qualify, but this went all wrong.
It would have had to been an amazing game for Sortitos, coming in from Sosnovka all the way to the north, west of Severny. Not a good start for the setup, but yeah, committing to a bridge camp. I don't know about that one. But hey, they get the Annihilation, they get 4 kills, but they lose 2 while doing it.
Yep, Outlaws, meanwhile, another one of those teams that is just points behind that cutoff. With 4 members alive.
They're out there. They are
actually, yeah, that's
cutoff.
that is true. They are tied right now with MUT. And so you have to wonder again for these teams that are currently sitting so close. Oh, look at this. The Spoon. That's okay. I don't think he minds. PD also is like, yeah, whatever, it's a point. These 2 teams are safe. Still unfortunate for Despoon, though, who had a phenomenal round last round, actually.
Yeah.
But
so
yeah, you have. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things that makes these final rounds very difficult. Not only is it the last round to get points, you'll also have teams like Potentially Dangerous and Rats that are already qualified, which means they might not make the same decisions that they would make otherwise.
Right.
They won't like throw, they won't like intentionally drown themselves just to get out and have an early dinner. But it is a fact that they're not going to play the same way that they would in game 5 or game 6 of the series, right? And that is going to affect potentially what is available. There is a butterfly effect of every single thing. Exactly. Who does this? No one.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, I mean, they're just setting a trap as well. But you're right. I mean, a team like Potentially Dangerous or a team like Rats, right, who may be a little more proactive in getting a space, or, I mean, they heard the shots from Potentially Dangerous. They're just going to set a trap, or maybe they'll get super aggressive, especially if they see like a team like Legacy on the ropes. Like, you know what? Let's just push across this field that we would never push across because, hey, at least it's an opportunity to get rid of a strong team. So you're absolutely on point with that one. But then again, the flip side to that is that I worry about these teams as we see Gibble go down. He's actually flushed, who probably have so much pressure and are so close to making it to the grand finals that they themselves start to make mistakes that they normally wouldn't make, or play a little too safe, or they're cautious, or they're not as active as they should be, not as aggressive. You know, they give up a lot of space that they necessarily shouldn't. So yeah, this is a do or die situation. It's the very last game. Elevate, who were so close to really making a case for themselves, just like Sortito, are kind of just maybe already lost.
Elevate were camping this bridge for quite a while, which, similar conversation with Sortito's camping Orion, it's a commitment to potentially 4 free points. Not free, but 4 points to start your day out, but not like this! Not if this is how it goes. So IQ is able to trade it. But again, this is going to delay Elevate's push to the zone so much longer than you would hope. That I don't know how much like they're gonna have to go off of into the win, the high kill win that they would need to qualify.
Right. And shockingly, I know you're not going to believe this, Cammy, but Friendly Fire and Ragers once again fighting early in Circle 1. Who would have thought these two teams still just cannot escape each other? Penta, the only one holding this Crossroads compound. Shinboy now coming into support. As Mints is going to spot that one out, and they realize now that Crossroads most likely is not in the cards, but for a team like Ragers, who's sitting at 38 points, they also just might not care at all.
No. But a 3x on the Dragonov. Ragers, they had to loot up quick and get in here. But hey, their position isn't bad, though. It looks like they might be looking to consolidate away from that split, which I don't know why they would. But they're getting ready to move. We have 5 seconds before phase 2. And a code drop.
Again, code drop. T7KLJZEE8ZA2. Get your code on.
So, phase 2.
Phase 2 is a phase with about 40% of the water still in. You can see Legacy is now starting to tentatively make their way onto the East Coast. Meanwhile, Friendly Fire still has that wide 1-2-1 split over here at Crossroads compound. They still have one member up on that hill in the warehouse. And Ragers have actually now shifted their focus to the Rats, who, again, just couldn't be bothered with this push and are just going to fight anyways, because why not? Gats, again, on fire. We'll find General Lee. Hunter on the other side is going to enter the building. The timing might be perfect. As Gats is going to get the flush now, Hunter realizes there's someone in the house with him. Oh, hello.
Oh, God, no. Double takes, triple takes everywhere, but Ragers are coming out on top. General Lee has been confirmed, but Finna as well with the unfortunate self-grenade. Bale is the last one standing. 1v2. Can he get it done? Dodges the flash. Saw the cross.
Can he get the nade off? Bale Frost. He's going to land a nice one in there, but nope. Lele was in the other room. Now going for a second grenade here. Still with the opportunity to get Mince up if they can clean this fight up. You can see Hunter looking for that angle on the outside. He's going to find about half damage on a Bale Frost here as he's going to back up and reposition for this one. And it looks like they will be able to recover Little Lele after all.
Yeah, I think the shots from potentially dangerous just to the west kind of scooped Bale Frost out, being out in the open. Could easily get shot to the side. But yeah, as you say, Mince, because of that opening, gets picked on up.
Still, yep, they realize it's now down to a 1-on-3. They know exactly where Rat's current position is. Potentially dangerous decide that they want to get involved in this fight, and they're going to take out Bale Frost. And speaking of early dinners, Rats, boys, congratulations. You will be going on to the grand finals. You can step away.
Ragers, they are still being really, really active in these buildings. It's on the edge, but potentially dangerous. Have their sights set on cleaning this huge up.
Something interesting to note as well is Legacy have actually found a foothold into Severny. So they make it all the way on the east side. It's like Mutt actually moved over quite a bit to give them room to breathe, as Cerberus now taking the fight over here to our first place team. It's going to be Theros going down first. Batty Low looking for a second connection. Doesn't find Glock. Now they're going to make that push up. They have to be careful though. Slabby landing some nice headshots.
Yeah.
Tomas has to heal.
Age does take down Vape in the kill feed. So all the teams that are fighting around here are more or less set on their position in the leaderboard. Not exactly high stakes for them. And even Elevate are getting dominated by Luna Galaxy. All the teams that have everything to play for are staying out of the action early, which generally is a good idea. It just means that the kills might not be there towards the end where it otherwise would have been.
It's a really good point. I was actually just about to say that. You're absolutely right. The points now, the thinning of the herd is leaving a lot of these points out, but at the same time, it's also creating probably more room for the teams that need it, especially for some of these teams on the edge. Legacy now gets shifted away from, once again, they still have a corner of Severny to play, and you have to imagine they're not going to leave that until they absolutely have to. This fight still is raging on. Oh, and a headshot landed on Glock. Pat Caps at the base of the stairs is going to find Slabby. Is he going to find Slabby?
He should. There it is. Yeah. So we didn't see it, but phase 3 again shifted to the north. Still about 40% water. So working in silence, if you can remember where their position was the last time we saw the map, still looking really, really good, which means this fight is even that much more disastrous because the longer it takes, the further it will delay that difficult push to the north through shooting range.
Yeah, now mollies are coming out to delay the push. In fact, it does. Theros might be able to get the res. He's going to throw another one of those and go for it. Nades being primed. Getting in the window, but he should be safe. So Theros will get this res up. So nade lands right above them and below. Batty Lull and Donkey Destroyers, at least for their part, have been able to recover all 4. So good on them. As Souls is going to find Hasten out in the distance, and as is Psycho actually going to be the one to steal it, and that's important because 55 is also right on that cusp, 6 points behind Legacy, who's currently sitting in 7th. Tomas is in a rough spot now. That blue's coming in. Spray's going to be good. Easy stuff, and the duo from potentially dangerous dismantles Donkey Destroyers, and unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to them as they will not be going to the grand finals.
Cowboy here. This is a peek on the west side of the map, west side of the circle. Cowboy is looking towards Bolington Gaio. There is working in silence to his north, but Wuju have a wide spread, and the rest of that team is getting approached by Outlaws, and that is an important fight for Outlaws to win. Curry has gone down, however. Sneak attack is holding their position well, and the crossfire between them and Monster could also take Nick out.
Yeah, and this is the problem for Outlaws, right? Curry has always been kind of that off-angle tip of the spear for them, whether he's getting aggressive or really putting himself in a position to punish other teams and give his team a chance to fight, but he's already down. And now Outlaws forced to rotate in the blue as just a duo currently tied for 8th place with Mutt. Is they're going to have to rotate all the way around, Wujitu potentially ruining their game and their chances. Meanwhile, still this fight rages on between the Ragers and Friendly Fire. Shinboy trying to get aggressive and throw just enough util to get rid of both of these players, but they have not been able to find that yet. And yet another shift away from both Mutt and Legacy. 55 in a position here to try to hold out, but that's 3 members currently sitting in a shack together.
Yeah, this, of all the teams that are looking to capitalize on this specific circle, the only one that is on that bubble conversation, that is the important conversation in this last map, is working in silence. 55 as well could control the east side, but it's a wide open berth between them and where potentially Dangerous just sent it to, but Ragers and Friendly Fire.
Nice.
The rivalry that started us off. This could be the fight that Friendly Fire win to lock themselves into the final, putting themselves up above 70 or just at.
Yeah, they should be safe here. Keyword should be safe.
Yeah.
Legacy wants to rotate to the north. That was probably their best play, but as you see, Mutt actually, again, being very proactive in their rotations, moving as quickly as possible, realizing that the north is most likely going to be the safest play at this point of the game. And so, Legacy, I mean, they have something, I guess, to play on the east side here, just to the east of where Loli is sitting from Sortitos, but they've been chasing Circle pretty much all game.
I think
55.
Oh, very few smokes. I mean, I know that when you loot up as close to phase 1 as they did, you don't necessarily have the time to get 100% looted and kitted. Oh, there they go. Now they're blooming. So the timing of the smokes was the problem.
The other problem right now I'm looking at is Friendly Fire have found angles onto Legacy. They are going to be able to pick up Gizera, and Friendly Fire for now will be able to play these kind of waves, these ridges in front of them. Meanwhile, Wujitu, oh, what a beautiful nade. That should be it. And there it is. Sneak attack will find the 2. And so Wujitu, not that they needed points, are actually vying for first place now.
Yeah, looking to overtake. And it won't make a difference. It won't give them an advantage other than ego.
Give him confidence, though.
Yeah, confidence.
Which is
exactly.
good.
You know how important that could be, Shin Boy? Looking to shoot the Galaxy in the back as they retreat away from them.
So this is really starting to come down to it, Cameron, isn't it? I mean, it's so close between a lot of these teams. 55 have managed to recover at least 3. But again, they're all just hunkered down in that shack. I imagine Friendly Fire will probably be the aggressors at some point during this game. And still Legacy caught in the blue. They're all in a vehicle now. And Mutt is just trained onto their location. I think they're all stuck in one vehicle. Oh, this could be potentially a disaster for Legacy.
Yeah, they're crashing in towards Friendly Fire. Okay, they're stopping early. Thank God. Thankfully. But you know, you're right. They only have one circle. We'll see where phase 5 goes.
Oh my goodness.
Again, it's away from Legacy. And Legacy avoided Luna Galaxy's hot drop. But the knock-on effects of the scavenge looting around Stauber into only having
and
one
just playing
vehicle.
safe on the edge, right? I mean, really just not wanting to rotate further in.
But how
just,
safe is too safe?
I think they've been playing okay for now. They're actually rotating right into Mutt. This is a huge fight with massive ramifications. They're actually going to spill over, and he's going to go down, but it's just down to one member left. VHC with 1 HP, and he goes down. Mutt will take care of Legacy. And now they're in the most dangerous spot in 8th place, and they have to watch from the sidelines.
Outlaws only have 2 up, but they only need 3 points, and Wuju 2 was about to push them, but FCZ finds an opening on, admittedly, the wide split monster, and Cowboy is still able to take Gump down, but Nick is going to be looking to salvage this for the Outlaws. So thankfully, Legacy, they might be safe, but just barely, and then we still have 55 to worry about.
Yeah, 55 really the only one that can kind of supplant them in this position at this point in the game, but they still have to make a rotation in. One member of Sortitos is standing between them and Legacy's qualification. We'll see how that plays out as Cowboy is currently taking shot at Luna, and Paige gonna go down to Vape.
Oh, the drive-by! The FAMAS finds it. Bone J go down. More kills for 55.
I want to watch 55. I want to watch 55, please. Show me 55. There it is. Loli is going to go down, and so for the time being, 55 is going to be safe behind this shack.
This is huge.
They are 5 points.
Yeah. They're on the edge. No vehicle. They have some trees to block them from working in silence. But Outlaws are eliminated. That's another placement for 55. But Friendly Fire are... Okay, not going super aggressive, but they're looking to try and take over this game. We're down to 6 teams, only 15 alive, and it's phase 5. We lost a second? Hyogwin's the last one standing.
It's just down to Hyogwin. And the mortar's landing just ever so close to him. And this is the issue. If the circle shifts even just an inch away from him, which it most likely will do, I mean, the chances of him getting 4 kills, very low, but the chances of getting placements potentially even lower. Unless working in silence make a mistake and Friendly Fire don't know about Hyogwin's position. Oh, it's all down to this shift. Legacy is biting their nails.
Where did we go?
And there it is.
Oh. This shift, and there were many that could have done it, but this shift, I think, confirms Legacy. Working in silence, they don't need to leave their compound. Unless, as you say, they give some big, egregious opening to Friendly Fire.
Yeah.
I don't see how Hyogwin could slip in under their nose.
I mean, he does have his teammates to loot on the backside, right? So maybe they have enough first aids, maybe a couple smokes for him to kind of tank a little bit for maybe working in silence to forget about him. Friendly Fire as well. I think the big thing here is Friendly Fire just doesn't take a southern position here where they do have something to play, and they just crash working in silence. That is a monumental opportunity for Hyogwin. But we'll see where Friendly Fire opt to go. They know at this point they're also safe with Legacy and Outlaws falling.
Yeah.
Really is no threat to them at this point, so they'll be moving on to the grand finals as well. Nordskiff now has to hold against multiple members. He's not going to do it. Friendly Fire's fine.
Yeah, good damage, but wasn't able to find any knock. And Zito, however, takes Shinboy out, but the other 3 are still up at this shack. Hyagwin is.
Oh, what a bait. There's a first aid on that bench, too.
I know. Ooh, wait a second. Page has gotten knocked, but Michael gets a trade on FCZ. Ooh, bug a little bit out in the open, but that's fine. Popped out the shield just a touch too fast. And Hyagwin, the blue healing.
Fauna's pushing out, man. Fauna is pushing out to that shack. Hyagwin trying to evade it, and it just doesn't look like it's in the cards. Legacy just might be safe, and there's the nade. And so just like that, your top 8 is decided with the final teams here still to play is Working in Silence, Friendly Fire, and Mi Ottimo Tiro. What a crazy close finish that really was, Cammy.
But who can get the win? Working in Silence, they only have 3 kill points so far, but they have all 4 up, and MUT fighting against Friendly Fire. Another instance. How many times have we seen this today of 2 teams fighting for second place, and then one large squad rolls in and gets the chicken dinner just like that? We'll see if it happens again here, but Pentalol, last one standing for Friendly Fire.
Yeah, looks like he had a jammer pack, but that's all but gone now as the rest of the team pushing in. Penta knows that there's a team on top of him. A nade, he runs out on top of his own nade. Penta, okay. Oh, it's the vehicle! The vehicle just Michael Bays into FCZ and shoves him into that knock, and Working in Silence now just kind of closing this one out. Didn't have to do much. Played it safe. And you know what? Good on them. What an adjustment coming from the group stages. And they're going to find that last kill. They're going to get the last win of the last chance qualifier. And man, it was so close in the very end. But yeah, Legacy managed to just scrape by as they make it into the grand finals.
Even while feeding MUT points, because that send to the north is very difficult to do. All one clown car there, but it started here. Coffees, I don't know what you have to say about this final round. There were a couple of interesting decisions, put it that way.
All I have to say about the final rounds is that you can't play safe. You have to keep your strategy going, and I think 55 played a little bit too, let's stay on the edge and go for placement. Legacy didn't move to a good control spot in the center. They got through, but again, they made it a little too stressful. And I think for me, I saw that from Outlaws as well. I feel like none of our teams, they came up in the end because they were playing their game.
They were playing scared.
Yes, and they got here by not playing scared today, right? Like they both had comebacks because they put on their big boy pants and showed up to work. And then they get to the finals or the last game, and that goes away, and it frustrates me. But at the end of the day, like, that's a learning process. This is LCQ. Some of the greatest teams that will ever exist in PUBG, perhaps, are coming up through the LCQs around the world today. Bold statement. That said, it is possible, and you learn from these moments. Now let's talk about the match results. Working in Silence gets 16. Mutt, again, 13. These guys have just been showing up, putting in work. Would you too? Is going to get 12, and that might actually move them into, I think, first place to finish this game out, this day out. But it was a fascinating match, and I'm glad it didn't end early like we thought it might, Cameron.
Yeah. Part of that is because the teams that needed to fight or needed the points weren't fighting. It was all of the teams that were like guaranteed either in or out that went for a lot of the early game action. But yeah, Wuju too, they ended first place.
Good for them. 107 points as Wuju 2, who just barely missed the cut line in the group stages, who is playing with a sub because of situations beyond their control, still showed up and proved that they were the #1 LCQ team here this weekend. So good for them. Potentially dangerous. Working in Silence coming up as well. Luna Galaxy looked so good today. Godspeed, anybody on that right side leaderboard that kind of shocks you?
I expected a lot from Elevate. 55 also for a while was actually looking pretty good, but again, it came down to the fact that they just didn't, they didn't take the bull by the horns, so to speak, right? They didn't put the game in their own hands. That last game, having that weird shack split with 3 members in one shack, it just seemed like they were playing kind of scared. they let a couple teams get ahead of them, and
Yeah.
because of that, I mean, sadly they didn't qualify. Outlaws at least, I mean, man, they tried today, but yeah, in the end they immediately got knocked down to 2 members, and then they just got caught in a fight on that west side. So
I mean, I think at the end of the day, for
devastating
me,
for those teams.
It is, but I got to give, I think Outlaws for me was a good story in that they came back, right? They started today in 14th place with 21 points.
Yeah.
They showed up and they said, we got to put up numbers, and they were in the hunt by game 5. The converse of that was 55 was 6th place coming in today with 43 points, and they just played that safe game for so gosh darn long today that it did not pan out. And again, that's one of those moments. You come in the mid pack, you got to play. Legacy did the same thing. 41 points. They were in 8th place when they started today. They finished in 8th place, not much farther ahead of that. Both of these teams chose to be very passive today, and that's something that I will never get behind, and I will continue to rag on teams even after events end, because you know what's going to happen? I'm going to show up somewhere at another event in a couple of weeks, and someone's going to do it again. Godspeed. It's infuriating that it's been 6 years and we still see teams taking their foot off the gas in the final game. The temptation is obvious, but at some point, proof of concept has to mean you don't do it anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree and I understand your frustrations, but then you also have to realize the pressure of playing, right, in a situation like that. And it can be very daunting, especially when you have that much pressure, you know what's at stake. I mean, forget about PGC points, the 2 majors, just the ability to play until next year, right? And so that causes a lot of mental stress. And I do feel for those guys, and I understand where they're coming from, but as you said, you cannot take your foot off the gas.
Now, to some extent, I will be the first to admit there's a bit of confirmation bias there, right? Because for every team that we complain about letting off the gas and not advancing, there is a team like Legacy who does let off the gas and makes it through. So sometimes I guess it does work. Now, we're going to go away from the almost and get into the gosh darn did. It's time for our interview with our top team. Wuju2 faced challenges and still came out in the first position. Let's get Sneak Attack out here to chat with us. Sneak Attack from Wuju2. Welcome, and I want to be the first to say congratulations on surviving the meat grinder and advancing to the grand finals.
Thank you. We appreciate
we
all the support.
appreciate some of the plays that you guys went out and made today. Very aggressive. It was actually a lot of fun to watch. Godspeed, I'm going to let you start off our questioning session.
Sure. Yeah. So again, huge congratulations, dealing with the stuff that you guys have been dealing with. So I want to just touch on that. What was kind of the mindset coming into, I would even say like the second day? You guys obviously had a huge day. So what were you guys kind of feeling, and what were you guys talking about coming into the last day of LCQ?
Sure. Obviously, in regards to Seifu's situation, like it's devastating. And we're playing for him. I've gotten the opportunity to FaceTime him whenever he's not busy doing stuff, obviously, with that situation. And he just said, like, play your game and win LCQ for me, and then obviously in grand finals do your best. So we're obviously playing for him, but at the same time we're obviously going through the motion and VOD reviewing, obviously, and going through twires and stuff, because at the end of the day we want to do the best that we can do, obviously, but there's also like the motivation from Seifu's situation, which obviously just like brought us even closer together.
Yeah, but speaking of this whole story of Wuju2 so far, coming in from opens into groups, last chance qualifier, and I know you guys have competitive experience, but what sort of have you learned through that process of coming from opens into the main event, because those are very different experiences?
Sure. I mean, obviously, like in our case at least, the first day that we actually got to play as a team was day 2 of Open Qualifiers. So we didn't even get a chance to scrim with Monster before qualifiers. We actually played day 1 with Nordskiv. And Seifu, myself, and Cowboy obviously had scrim together before qualifiers had started, but we had never thrown Monster into the mix, obviously. So it was our first time playing together as the 4 on day 2 of Open Quals. And we just pretty much used Open Qualifiers as, a test, obviously, and we tried to kind of form the system that we have in place now, obviously, and it looks a little bit different with having Seifu out and Nord in. But thankfully, Nord was there for scrims every day. He was listening. He was recording our comms and whatnot. So, we were able to slot him into the system, and he's been doing a great job, obviously, filling Seifu's role. But yeah, I mean, we just pretty much use qualifiers to practice, obviously, and we had gotten 2 scrims in going into like this last week of scrims. So, you know, this last week was really important for us, kind of coming together. And then obviously with the devastation and Seifu's situation, it threw us off. But, you know, Seifu motivated us and said, just like, play your game and play for me. So
I'm glad that he was so supportive, and I'm glad that you guys survived the monster mash and everything else that's going on right now. But I do want to sort of double down on the fact that we had that sub. Nord stepped in. You know, he was your sub. He got you guys in the opens, but he sort of stepped into a very high-pressure situation here at the very end to get you to the next level. That's one of those hard things for a sub sometimes, knowing, hey, I know these guys deserve it. I'm kind of doing it for them to a certain extent. So I'd like you to give a chance to sort of tell everybody out there who maybe not know Nord, like something that he brought to the team or that you really loved about working with him this weekend as a player who often may not get the spotlight because he's a sub.
Sure. I mean, Nord obviously has experience playing in EU, so this was his first time, to my knowledge, playing in NA or any NA event. So he's a great player, obviously. He's very mechanically gifted. He honestly, like, in the 5th slot / sub coach role, with scrims and whatnot, he's very motivating, obviously, in between games. He's our hype man, I should say, and he makes sure that we continue to go through the motions and make sure that we're, like, going through our mental checklist in scrims. He's somebody that takes the game very seriously, obviously, and I think it's really important because in scrims, oftentimes you can kind of get ahead of yourself and try and limit tests, and even, you know, it could be deemed as trolling. But with Nord, he plays to win every game and to learn something. So it's a really good mentality, and he's obviously instilled that in the entire team. So I think that's obviously one of the strong things that he's brought to us.
Sneak Attack. That was a great. And anybody out there, love seeing Nord. Glad to have him here in NA playing some games. I want to give you a chance to say thank yous, shout outs, call outs, whatever you want. You guys played an incredible event, but it's not over yet because obviously the finals are around the corner. But for now, as we head into the next week of preparation, where's your head at, and any shout outs you want to do?
Obviously, we appreciate all the continued support for all of our supporters, both for the team and individual with like our streams and whatnot. You know, just keeping Seifu in your thoughts and prayers is you know, the big ask, I guess. You know, his situation is very unfortunate, and we're just, you know, praying for him and his family's safety, and everyone involved, obviously. So we're going to continue to stream this week, and then we're going to be hitting the grand finals hard with Nord, and we're going to be playing for Seifu. So
awesome. We look forward to seeing you guys in the grand final. We hope that you do as well as we think that you will. I was kind of shocked you ended up in the LCQ in the first place. So thank you very much. Congratulations to you guys. We'll see you next week.
Thank you. Take care.
Gentlemen, that was another great interview. 2 in a row, by the
It was.
way. Sneak Attack was candid. He was honest. And I love that we've seen this evolution of players to a certain extent where I feel like our interviews, in fact, even the way they interact with each other to a large degree, it feels less, I don't know, in the old days it was kind of an off-putting answer or something to cut. Like, I'm just here because I want to answer a question. Yeah.
It was just stiff.
But
Yeah,
now the players are being honest and they're straightforward and they're talking about their challenges. They're talking about their victories. And to see him, the reality, which he said, you know, it's easy to throw away scrims. It's easy to sometimes lose focus, and to have a player that keeps them set. Not only do I love that they have that, but that it's a sub that stepped up and brought that winning mentality with them that they probably needed at a time when they were very challenged mentally. So I loved hearing that interview. Godspeed, any thoughts after that?
Yeah, I think obviously congratulations to Sneak and his team. I think from what he said, Nord has been an incredible asset to the team, even just being a 5th member or coach, sub, whatever. The fact that he's still recording comms and he's still trying to keep them level-headed, especially after what's happened in the situation with Seifu. What an asset, man. And then what a person and what a player to really step up when they really needed him. And I really am rooting for them. I really hope they do well in grand finals. I think it would be an incredible story if they're able to qualify. So yeah, all the luck, best of luck to them and also to Seifu.
Cameron, just out of curiosity, when they say they record comms, do you know what, for the viewers at home, what does that mean? Is it like that he's just recording it in case anybody swears, or is it like they listen back to the
No.
Like what is the value of recording comms?
Because you hear people say all the time, communication is super important in PUBG. And oftentimes when you're in the middle of a very chaotic series of fights, it's best, you don't remember what happened. So it's good to go back and actually kind of look at clear examples of this call was made at this time, it was effective or not effective, and actually have like the evidence when you sort of dial in the way that a team needs to communicate with each other. It's not so much about like receipts on like, well, you said this, but it's really communication is as important of a part of a team as is being able to shoot the gun.
Because the VODs are recorded. So when you're watching a VOD review at night and going, why did that fall apart? Being able to go back and pull up the communications and all your things that happened has a big impact on that. I love that insight. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. That is it for the LCQ. We know who is going to the grand final. We have the final 16. I am incredibly excited about seeing what these 16 teams bring in their pursuit of PGS greatness. The journey continues next weekend, but before it does, you know I love final thoughts. Cameron, final thoughts?
Hey, not to keep glazing Nordskiff, but ended up the kill leader of the LCQ. So listen, as far as subs, Wuju 2 did good with that one.
Wuju 2, well done. All right, Godspeed, final thoughts.
Final thoughts, yeah, big congratulations to Wuju 2 for pulling it off. Also, again, the team that I was looking at the most coming into this was working in silence, and I'm still looking for them to continue the success that they found in this lobby. I think it's going to be a big challenge. I think they're going to run into different challenges altogether when it comes to the next lobby, but this LCQ was sick. I'm very glad that I got to cast both days of it, and man, grand finals is a week away. I can't wait.
1 week away. LCQ was a blast, but I'm going to be honest, these teams better level up because it is going to get a heck of a lot harder when we hit that lobby next week. There are 8 teams who are some of the best we've ever seen in the Americas, waiting to teach them a lesson about what this lobby was like. So tune in next week. We got 3 days of action as we crown the champions. It's been wonderful spending the evening with you guys. Thank you for choosing to be here with us this week. And on behalf of myself, Cameron Davis, Godspeed, Gibson, Poro, Matcham, and the entire production team, we really appreciate you guys. We love you, and we can't wait to see you next week. And until we do, play more PUBG.
Every time I close my eyes